Welcome everyone. Welcome to Felix Meritus. My name is Marije Lichthart. I'm head of program of Felix Meritus, Rode Hoed and Nieuwe Liefde. We are very, very honored that the Amsterdam Museum chose this specific place for the very first AMResearch Conference. Since its founding in 1777, Felix Meritus has been a space for ideas, for music, for debate, for science, and for art. The society that founded Felix Meritus was focused on the promotion of art and sciences, the two things we bring together here today. Each hall in this building had a different function and focused on a different discipline. The hall we're sitting in right now was the concert hall. Schumann played here. The hall you just had coffee and was focused on literature and trade. If you walk up in the stairs, there's the Schaffi-zaal, which had the focus on the natural sciences. And all the way up, maybe you can take a walk in your break, you find the Koepelzaal, which was focused on stars, planetary. So do take a walk through the building. Each hall had a function. But since we are many years further, and we carefully renovated this building in 2019 and reopened in 2021, we have a multidisciplinary approach. Disciplines are not focused on one hall, they mix together in every program we organize here. We are a cultural house for the future, as we like to call ourselves. A place where inclusive dialogue, creative risk-taking, and a multidisciplinary approach are prominent. And if you want to have a look at our current program, you can look at our website. With this focus of Felix Meritus, with the science and the art combined, we find it so fitting that this very first conference is taking place in this specific building and this specific organization. I wish you all a very, very good day today, an inspiring day, and I now give the floor to you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome. I just realized I have a mic stuck to my face, so I don't have to stand here. Welcome to the first AMResearch Conference. For those who don't know me, I'm Dr. Emma van Bijnen. I'm a communication scientist, but I'm mostly focused on combining multiple disciplines. I say multi, cross, trends, interdisciplinary research, which makes this building, as was just introduced, very, very fitting for our first AMResearch Conference. To keep it simple, today we will just say multi. So not all the other types of mixing between the disciplines, but multi, because my secondary focus is multimodality. So how visual, spaces, text, and so on influence each other to communicate something to the audience, which makes it also very fitting to be at a museum. My secondary focus is common ground, which also goes into it, and the combining of different disciplines to tell a multifocal, polyphonic story. I am also the coordinator of the research and publications, and also the editor-in-chief of the AM Journal, the Amsterdam Museum's peer-reviewed, double-blind peer-reviewed journal, which we are very proud of, and which is the basis of today's program. The AM Journal is, as I said, a double-blind peer-reviewed journal, which is thematically oriented rather than disciplinary oriented, which makes it a little bit different, but very fitting to the type of museum that we are, which is a city museum. We don't focus on a specific type of painter or a specific period of art, or even a specific type of story. We focus on different themes, different things that are very seemingly urgent or considered urgent to the people who occupy the city or visit us. That's why we decided when we set up a peer-reviewed journal that we thought it is for us important to really understand these different themes and delve deeper, but not just from one perspective, as we do with all the work that we do at the Amsterdam Museum, but from multiple perspectives. So from now on, from 2023, we publish twice per year an online journal on a specific theme. We are very proud of it, that it's double-blind peer-reviewed, so it's very accessible also for junior researchers. which is something that we've added over the years, that we not just focused on senior researchers. You don't necessarily need to have an affiliation because everything that is submitted is based on merit. It's published based on merit and it's judged based on merit. So you submit an abstract, it gets reviewed by a board of internal reviewers and guest editors, and if it's good enough to be published, it's good enough to be published. To encourage junior contributions, we have for each edition also a best paper prize. And multiple types of contributions that are very specific to the journal. So besides the essays and the research papers, we also have things such as roundtables, which we call the polylogue, where we combine not only insights from researchers, lecturers, or scholars, but also from journalists, experts from the field, professionals. So in that sense, we get a discussion, for example, on the theme of gentrification, not just by an urban geographer, but an urban geographer at the table with an activist, which makes, I think, for not only the story more interesting, but also more well-rounded. In that way, we get to better deconstruct the themes, the complex themes that we're trying to discuss. As we are growing the Amsterdam Museum Research Network, and also our readership grows, we are now very proud that we also have an online platform. So in our online platform, it has new features. You as external editors are more visible. It includes author bios. You can now not only download the editions, but you can also, you see a little bit up there, you can also now flip through them on your tablet, for example, which makes it obviously a little bit more of a pleasurable experience, which is also highly recommended because of our design, which is tailored for each edition by Isabelle van Verka and with the help of Patrick de Bruin, which of course, as someone who's focused on multimodality, the combination between visual and text is very important. So it's not just a decorative function, it actually helps tell the stories that are published in the journal. Also, which is very important, is that now we're able to tag contributions. For a multidisciplinary journal, that is very important, where you can now select contributions not only based on disciplines or title, but also, for example, on keywords or the type of contribution. For example, you're only interested in the visual essays, you can select the visual essays, or you're only interested in the roundtables, then you can select the roundtables, which makes it hopefully for a more, not only a more pleasurable experience going through the different types of aspects of the journal, but it also makes it a little bit more accessible for those who may not be academically schooled. Our morning program will be focused specifically on the editions that we published in 2025, so editions 4 and editions 5, one on co-creation and one on women in cities, respectively. And we do this with presentations from junior scholars, in-depth panels, and we end our morning program with an announcement and a look into the editions that we're going to focus on in 2026, which some of you may want to contribute to. To keep us awake, this is not only for the morning, but also for the afternoon, there will be some short, brief, insightful, inspiring presentations by Amsterdam Museum researchers themselves. Yeah, like I said, to keep us awake and inspire us a little bit, and then we will use them really as interventions. It will be in the morning, Marise Otte on street wear and tear, in the end, Thijs Boers on ceramics. With that, I would like to start with the first edition of that we're going to discuss today, which is Co-Creating Our Cities, edition 4, guest edited by Gio Hernandez, Intercultural Communication, and Vanessa Vroonayem from Applied Anthropology. As you can see, very multidisciplinary. This is the edition focused on coexistence, co-production, and cooperation as vital ingredients of contemporary cities. And central to the contributions that are incorporated in this edition were equity, reciprocity, empowerment, and belonging as key aspects of co-creation projects and processes. The Best Paper Prize winner for this edition was a visual essay by Lieve Wijman, Mexicano from Egypt, Beyond Fast Food, Amsterdam Egyptian Snack Bars as Neighborhood Hubs, Lieve, whose ongoing research on these topics unfortunately keeps her abroad, which means that she cannot be here, but not to fear, because today we are very pleased to welcome another junior scholar who displayed excellence with her paper, Becoming Good Neighbors, Interspecies Hospitality and Urban Co-Creation, Emily Schneider. Emily Schneider, she completed her bachelor's degree in Arts and Culture Studies at Radboud University Nijmegen in 2021. She then obtained 2 master's degrees, one in European Studies and one in Cultural Analysis at the University of Amsterdam. Her research interests include border studies, relationality, identity construction, and plant studies. Thank you. You can de clicker gebruiken.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Today I will share with you the core points of my essay, Becoming Good Neighbors, and I will focus on how we can become good neighbors with urban plant life through examples of interspecies encounters in urban foraging practices and also in community gardens. And let's see. Oh yeah. Central to my presentation is the concept of the good neighbor, or more precisely, the process of becoming a good neighbor. And I'm borrowing this concept from Robin Wall Kimmerer's book, Braiding Sweetgrass, where it comes up in relation to the immigration story of broadleaf plantains. And it's a plant that's native to Europe, but it was brought to North America by European settlers, and then it naturalized there over time because it fits really well into the pre-existing ecosystem without harming the surrounding plants. And from this plant, we can learn that being a good neighbor is about circular reciprocity. Wall Kimmerer describes reciprocity as a currency within a gift economy. So it's not a direct form of payment, but rather something that keeps the gift in motion. So one is not giving to receive a counter gift, but more to acknowledge and affirm relationships and care. And this ties in with the gift logic, as described by Rauna Kuakanen. She argues that in contrast to bilateral gift exchanges, which she says are more common in Western contexts, indigenous epistemes often transcend a mere exchange of gifts, centering reciprocity and responsibility. I do not want to generalize Western indigenous theories on gift giving here, because I think there are a lot of variations within those labels, but I do think that transcending an exchange model in favor of a more relational understanding of the concept really helps with becoming good neighbors. And lastly, becoming good neighbor also requires a degree of hospitality. And I know hospitality can be a rather complex and paradoxical term sometimes, but I will focus on Kuakanen's version of hospitality, so to say, which is like an openness toward another, like an invitation to take space and shape one's surrounding through giving and taking according to one's capabilities and needs. And hospitality is then all about recognizing, welcoming, and fostering relations. And this leads me right to my first example, which is urban foraging. And urban foraging is all about finding and collecting food that grows in the city. And it requires an intimate knowledge of the local and seasonal vegetation. And additionally, a responsible urban forager also has to have a detailed understanding of the past and present specificities of a location in which they're active. So for instance, here in Amsterdam, the soil in some of the neighborhoods contains lead from past industrial use, so it's not advised to eat any plants that grow out of that soil directly. And urban foraging is also a practice of noticing and being attentive to the plants cohabiting urban spaces with us. As described by Tom van Doren, attentiveness is both a practice of getting to know another in the intimate particularity, and a practice of learning how one might cultivate worlds of mutual flourishing. And indeed, urban foraging, which schools the capacity for noticing, can teach us how we, or make us aware of the infinite web of relationships that lies at the core of the gift logic, as described by Kuakanen. And also, it helps us to get to know the ecosystem which we inhabit. As described by Walt Kimmerer in her other book, The Serviceberry, all flourishing is mutual. So if we take only what we need and in a manner that does not harm the plant or the ecosystem from which we take it, there's a good chance that it will continue to take care of us in turn. And this brings me right to my next example, to community gardens. A community garden is a plot of land where individuals or groups cultivate plants. And of course, these gardens are not usually for profit. Usually they have other goals like community building or food security. According to Nadine Galle, an increase in community gardens and similar initiatives correlates positively with increased well-being and longevity in the respective neighborhoods. And to keep a community garden running, a group of volunteers has to consistently show up and care for the garden, which will then reward them with a bountiful harvest, hopefully, if they do it well. And it's not a direct exchange, like it's not you put in an hour of labor and you get an apple out of it. It's more a continuous commitment to cultivating the garden. And this responsibility and the resulting benefits can then be shared among the different members of a community. It's a real example of circular reciprocity, because attentive care for the plants and their needs, as well as for the different human community members and its needs, kind of like create a system where everyone is putting something in and also getting something out of it. However, for instance, if we look at like well, like sowing and harvesting times are of course like kind of dictated by the plants in the garden, and the decisions for which plants are considered worthy to be in that garden, for instance, it's usually made by humans. After all, community gardens are usually centered around human interests, and that's not a bad thing, but it is something to be aware of, and it kind of raises the question of the power dynamics in the garden, so to say. And it's not necessarily bad, like we cannot have everything always equal, but at the same time, it's good to look at possible compromises, how we can find more equitable relationships with the plants and more than human agents that can be found in the garden. And examples for that are, for instance, embracing weeds if they grow, allowing polycultures, and also planting with pollinators in mind. And it's really possible to strive towards gardens that provide for both human and more than human needs. And this brings me to urban multi-species co-creation, because if we think of like urban planning, if urban planning prioritizes the well-being of plants, it also can really benefit humans. For instance, just one example, if we think of trees, they really positively impact the microclimate of a city by reducing the surrounding temperature, providing shade, and also releasing moisture into the air. Yet, while the ideal of urban co-creation, of course, always emphasizes this very harmonious balance between human and plant interests, what is good for one might not always be good or ideal for the other. For instance, if we think of a park, as humans, we often prefer if the lawns are regularly mowed so we can have a picnic, meet with friends. People can meet to play games there, but many plants would rather thrive in like a very biodiverse environment with a dense undergrowth. And reconciling these different goods, it's possible, we can find compromises, but it really requires us to embrace multiplicity and ambiguity. Furthermore, urban planners would really benefit from seeking advice from humans who have already cultivated those close relationships with plants, such as the foragers and gardeners. And while every possible mediation is, of course, then always situated and also influenced by the experts' individual experiences, they're often the closest many Western cities can currently come to giving our plant neighbors a seat at the table when deciding how to shape urban ecosystems. And while there's always, of course, a risk of projecting human ideas and values onto plants, learning the needs of the plants that surround us offers us a chance to really develop this deep multi-species care. And to conclude, becoming a good neighbor is certainly very demanding, but it's ultimately worthwhile. And it's all about finding one's space in an urban ecosystem and contributing to the co-creation through attention and care. It's a process of freely giving and partaking in the circular reciprocity to build relationships that serve our mutual flourishing. And Of course, I have to say reality is always more complex than such an ideal. That's why I'm not saying we should be good neighbors, like a fixed state, but more that we should strive to become good neighbors, like a continuous process. And I think we can learn a lot in our way from the plant teachers and also the human experts that mediate between plant teachings and human understandings. Because I think cities can be, and they already are, spaces for interspecies encounters and relationship building, and enhancing these qualities can really lead to more livable, sustainable, and flourishing environments for everyone that's sharing the space. Thank you.
I would like to ask Emily to stay for a second because we have time for 1-2 short questions. So we are wondering if there are any questions from the room. Hi.
Thank you very much. I'm the owner of our occupant, I would say, of a little allotment garden. And I'd like to know what you think of, a lot of people there in the garden think of some species as bad neighbors, like snails. And so how do they fit into this very idealistic picture you're painting?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and also one that's like very difficult to answer because it always, of course, depends on the context and what you want to get out of that garden. Of course, if you want to grow your vegetables and the snails are eating your vegetables, that's of course not really beneficial. I think it's really, it's like kind of about finding a compromise between these different goods and different interests, and I think that's what I also meant with like it cannot always be completely equal. There is going to be a hierarchy, and of course if it's your garden and you have a specific goal with it, you're going to try to find like a way how to like navigate this in a way that's like of course also serving your interest, but I think it's all about like finding a way, for instance, not necessarily to put like pesticides, but maybe think of like, you know, those like, I forgot their name in English, but it's like these chickens with like a long head kind of, like that eat like snails. I don't really know their name, I'm gonna look it up, but it's like those like animals that can eat the snails, for instance, so it's more like part of like a system instead of just like putting toxins in there as like an alternative. But it's always like, there's always like a tension that has to be navigated, of course, yeah.
Thank you. Is there another question for Emily? No? Then I would really like to thank you, and we're going to welcome you back in a second, so you could either get comfortable or we're going to call you back on stage. Cuz, thank you. Because it's time for our first panel on co-creating our city. So on this edition, which will be moderated by edition guest editor Gio Hernandez, who is a researcher on diversity in organizations and in cultural communication, focusing on critical approaches to addressing global inequalities. And for this panel, he will be joined by Vanessa Vroon-Najem, applied anthropologist and member of the academic staff specialized in co-creation at Amsterdam Museum, as well as an affiliated researcher at the Department of Anthropology, University of Amsterdam, and the Amsterdam Institute for Social Science Research. Then our third member is none other than Danielle Kuijten, director and co-curator at Imagine IC, where she develops democratic heritage practices with her team. She also gives advice on participatory collecting, ethics of participatory work, and rethinking the museum as an inclusive space. And last, Linda Lambeau. You can all come on stage when I call your name. And lastly, Linda Lambeau, I'm a project manager at Boost Amsterdam, where she brings people with different ideas together to co-create projects that really matter. I give the floor to you. Give you.
Is it working? Hello. Yes. Oh, it's helpful to turn things on. Okay, so as I was introduced, I'm Dr. GL Hernandez, and I'll be moderating this panel. I'm really looking forward to our discussions. So the first thing that I'd like to mention is that the journal itself aims to approach the complex societal issues that occupy us, the art and objects we show, and the stories we host using a polyphonic approach. Not one field or research can tell a whole story. So would you all consider this approach important as well? And in which way do you try to aim to use this approach in your own work? Big question, yeah? Yes, let's spread out the microphones, I believe.
Shall I kick it off? Well, I wonder if I'd be sitting here if it wasn't important to me. So yes, very much so. And I think for me that roots in the richness that different people with different lived experiences, different interests, different research, of course, and what they learn from that, what they bring to the table, and that, and how that mixes, and how we can all learn from that. In also that I very much realize that I don't know everything, and I'll never know everything. So also in collaborating with different people with that experience and what they bring to the table, that just enriches my life as well, and my work in that sense too.
Is that working? Yeah. Yeah, I can add to it. I think also for Imagine IC and for myself personally, it's quite evident that it is important. We always, I never find the English word for it, but we see ourselves as a ontschotte instelling. So it is bringing all different fields of thinking, but also all different knowledge systems together. And I think that is very important that we keep on doing that. And I lost my thread. I must say, this light, this early in the morning, it's it's quite intense. So I think, and I do also find, and I think the journal is making the first steps with doing that as well, is that we, especially from the academic field, that we open up our doors for different knowledge systems and value them in the same way as we value often the academic knowledge. Because somehow if we talk about power structures, that always has been a huge disbalance. So how can we invite different, it is the ecosystem that we all play a part in, so how can you bring that together and not only listen to each other and but also accept that certain things are living parallel to each other.
I noticed a nice parallel between what Emily was mentioning this morning, or just now, and this idea of an ecosystem and mutual reciprocity. That's really nice. Vanessa?
Yes, well, it's unsurprising as a member of the Amsterdam Museum Research Center and working at the Amsterdam Museum. I also think it's very important to have a multidisciplinary approach, mainly because our subject is the city. And I think it's impossible, or at least it would be a pity to have to limit yourself in the ways you can look at the city. And exactly what Daniela said, that is from an academic point of view, you can look at the city from so many different angles academically, but also, and that is important, to also have these grassroots approaches to what is knowledge, what is situated knowledge, experience-based knowledge. So yes, I think all these things combined demand a multidisciplinary approach.
Nice. Anything like that?
Yeah, I can. I'm not sure.
Is it working?
I think. Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I can absolutely just agree. I think it's so important to have like a multidisciplinary approach, and I also think we can just learn from everyone, from every background, and just as I said in my presentation, we can even learn from the plant life around us, from animals. Like, we can learn from everyone and everything, basically. And of course, that kind of requires a very multidisciplinary approach, because you need knowledge and experts from all different kind of walks of life and all different backgrounds to have this kind of, not even a complete picture, I'm not sure if that's ever possible, but something that kind of approaches that, yeah.
Yeah. So I think what I'm hearing is that there's this sense of necessary reflexivity. We need to be able to be also humble, I think, as folks who are in pursuit of knowledge. We need to be able to recognize the diverse sources of knowledge that exist out there, even if they are from non-human actors, right? So this is, I think, really important. Cool. Okay. So I was wondering, in the process of engaging with the special issue, did you notice any red threads in the research? Something that may have surprised you? I know as an editor, when we were going over the submissions, it was a really strenuous process, right? There were so many really high quality submissions, and we had to make a lot of hard choices about what to include and how to sort of curate the messages that were trying to emerge from this work. And I was just wondering if we can see any kind of, red threads, something that may have surprised or inspired or challenged any one of us?
I really liked the round table. For me, that's really an eye opener. Not in a way that I'm surprised to have, but just to have that in the journal, and to also see that as an invitation to also think yourself about all the words that we loosely all use constantly. About co-creation, about community. What do we mean by that? And at the end, what you see is, depending where we're coming from, that we also have slightly different ideas about what it is. And again, I think it is, in that sense, very important that we be transparent about it. We apply these words differently, so there is no one definition on it, one use of it. And I think by keep on talking about those things, it also prevents of things becoming container words, because it's so easy to become like participation and co-creation, and we all do it, and it's all kumbaya, and it's not. And community, it's not. It's complicated, and we all have different ideas about it. And that is what living together is, and it's about this negotiation about it constantly, and revisiting and recalibrating it. So I think that it's an interesting appeal to in the journal to and an open invitation. That's how I see it, to keep on thinking about it in that way.
If I may add to that, it really, for me, what really stood out in a lot of the articles that I read, and also in your pieces, that this co-creation or cohabitation, it is an ongoing process. It's not something that we can strive for. It's a method that we can aim to use or implement, but it's never finished. It's not a verb. It's something that it is a verb. It's something that we're constantly, actively using and doing together.
Right. Yes, I completely. I hear this notion of development, and I want to talk a little bit about the sort of affordances and constraints of co-creation. So a question that I have here is about power. What are the sort of power dynamics that you all see in co-creation, all in the journal, but also in your own work? What sort of power dynamics are present, and how do we perhaps negotiate those power dynamics?
I think it's the first step is to acknowledge power differences. I think sometimes these power differences are too easily glossed over. So of course I can say we have equitable positions, but we are situated and positioned differently. So I think that a big first step is to acknowledge the different positionalities. From an institutional point of view, from all your partners in the field, from the artists and the makers that you work with, or the plants and animals. You don't need to work in a hierarchical way. And of course, in our co-creation practices, we try to highlight equity and reciprocity, which are try to level the field. But still, it's important to understand that you are not exactly similar positioned, and just be open about it and make that part of the discussion. I think that will be a big first step.
Right, nice. Are there, for example, issues regarding ownership in this regard? So I hear, the sense of like, well, we need to define our positionalities, we need to be able to sort of situate ourselves within these processes, but how do we speak to diverse ownerships within that process? So for example, in institutions, if somebody owns or has, let's say, a representative position in that hierarchy, how do we navigate this? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think following up on what Vanessa is saying, it is being transparent about it. So especially if we talk about institutions and doing co-creative projects, even if we try to be as an institution, a co-creative institution, there's often a head and a tail to it. So in that sense, it's depending on who is actually in the institution, whether it is something that is durable or not. So you're always depending on actually the people in power, how, and in the institutions, they have the power to either do co-creation or not. Let's just say it as it is, because we are still speaking about inviting people in our places. And this is still very much in how the structures are of our institutions as well. It's not an open place where everybody can come in and say, I'm going to work here today and I can be paid for that. It's not. So being very much aware of that, and then also have that being part of every relationship that you have, to see how you can balance that, I think is very important. But it will always be there.
And in that, you can also see it as the institutions using their power to create that space for other people to step into their power. So maybe also facilitating these others that you're co-creating with to empower themselves.
So what I'm hearing, in this place is there's this notion that, we can offer power, we can give power, and I want to, perhaps put a little bit of a finer point on this message, Danielle, that I think that you mentioned that's really important, that we have to kind of think about ourselves as being, opening doors, for example, if we occupy positions of power. A research project that I'm doing right now on co-creation talks about giving up power, which is, I think, a scary notion for a lot of us, right? How do we, attend to, for example, the emotional issues when it comes to giving up power, for example? So this is a really fascinating example. One thing that I'd like to ask as well is, what do you find missing in co-creation? So are there, for example, methodological advancements to be made? Are there, let's say, practical affordances that we should consider? What do you think, in your view, is missing in co-creation?
Well, I think that we still have some way to go to tackle the issue of ownership. In terms of power, I think giving up power from an institutional point of view is to allow for a process to be open-ended. That in itself is giving up the power of definition and etc. So even that step is also, it seems like a small step, but that the co-creation can be open-ended is giving up the power to define the end result. So I think we have definitely made progress in that regard, but then the co-creation is the process has, like Daniela said, it also has an ending. And then what do you do with the question of ownership? You cannot. So that will be our research question for the next 2 years.
We're looking into it. Nice.
What came to mind for me was also who benefits from co-creation, and that also ties into like, is it the institution that wants to or aims to use co-creation as a method, or to prove to funders that they're using this, or is it actually the people that you're co-creating with that also like manage to benefit from it, and with that potentially also the impact of that on a longer term.
Yeah, I'm curious around, for example, this notion of different methods and methodologies, right? So how do we, for example, explore what co-creation might look like? And Emily, I was just in reading your paper and in thinking about non-human actors. Maybe you could speak to the methodologies that you find interesting, or perhaps some advancements that might be made regarding co-creation.
Oh, I'm not sure if I have like an advancement for the methodology, so to say. I think it's very difficult, but very exciting question actually to think about. For me personally, I think it's a lot about noticing and trying to just like go on long walks and sometimes like pay attention to like how things look, like not just in nature but just also in the city, like just sometimes observe what's happening. And sometimes there's already a lot to be taken from that if you just like slow down, pay attention. So I think that's maybe like one methodological avenue, is just like in that observation, so to say. But of course then there's also questions of like who's observing what, and like there's a lot of like dynamics that are connected to that. But it's definitely something very interesting, and I think also something I will also, after reading this whole edition, like kind of reflect on in the coming weeks and months, because I think it's very, very interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and I notice a bit of a connection between the sense of power of definition and thinking about outcome and the idea of an ethnographic walk, for example, or like a methodology that may not have a particular output and is nevertheless valuable in terms of searching for new knowledges. Yeah, so these are some interesting, let's say, resonances. Very cool. Okay, so I'm wondering, and this is maybe a nice point to end on, if there is one thing from your own research and or practice that you would want this multidisciplinary audience to know or to look into, what would it be and why? Maybe to distill one sort of message. Difficult, yeah?
Well, following up on the power of definition, I would say that meaning making is happening in the interaction within the city with different stakeholders from different positionalities.
It's a big one.
It is a big one, yes.
Well, if I think back of our own article, it is be aware of the undercurrents. So, and it ties in about the idea of the round tables, and so there is no, every word or method that we use has its limitations. Constantly be aware of that. Take time, and that's something that we often don't do. We rush into things, and then at the end we will do the evaluation, if we even have time to do the evaluation, because we already start on the next one. And I think maybe, in your sense, slowing the pace a little bit, being more attentive, being a better listener, and see what that brings us. And that in some cases means within institutions and within founding constructions, that we also have to teach the other to be patient with us, because we need that time. We need the time to meet each other, to make the connections, and to figure out how we do it, because look at the world outside, we still have not figured out how to do this together. So, and if we really feel that with the things we are doing, we can make a change, then we are responsible to then also own that and say, let's slow down and do it.
Oh, that's hard to top. I would just add, stay curious. towards each other. But as researchers, I mean, that's all I suppose you do. But in general, I think it is so important to keep on looking at what's happening around us and what stands out, but also listening to others, making time to create beautiful things together, and in that also trust that the people that we're working with, or that the others that we're working with, have their own ways, and maybe that doesn't always match your ways, but yeah, in that sense, don't hold on to somewhere you want to go, but enjoy the process.
Oh, wow, what can I add to that? Yeah, I think that really brings it to the point. And in general, I think it's just, even if there are like these power dynamics and these ambiguous spaces where we're not sometimes sure, like different interests, all of this, if we take that together, I think in the end, it's still always worth it to focus like on co-creation, to like staying with by becoming a good neighbor, or like just taking care of each other, being attentive to each other. I think in the end that's always worth it, even if it's imperfect.
Yeah, I really like this end note, right? So to be able to, for example, engage in simultaneously, acting towards a specific goal, but then being flexible around what that goal might entail, and enacting a politics of care. What I'm hearing from all four of you is that we need to be attentive, we need to be reflexive, pay attention, and think of ways to be gracious in terms of slowing down, right, to ourselves. So in that sense of care and attentiveness is really, I think, an integral message. Okay, so it looks like we're about out of time, but I'd like to thank everyone again for this participation in this panel. Thank you, everybody, so much for all of your attention.
Is it on? Yes, perfect. Yeah, so I want to thank all the participants. There will be more on co-creation in the afternoon. For now, we will have a short little coffee break, a 15-minute coffee break, so hopefully you'll have a chance to ask some of the questions to the panelists. We will commence our program in 50 minutes. Oh, it gets quiet all of a sudden. That's great. Usually when I lecture, that doesn't happen. Welcome back, everybody. We continue with the second half of our morning program, where we focus on AM Journal Edition 5 on Women and Cities, which was guest edited by Margriet Schavenmaker and dealt with the ways that women occupy a central place in shaping cities and how cities shape them in return. Central to the contributions were women's belonging now and in the past, realities of harassment and invisibility, as well as activism, solidarity, the arts, and taking space. We start with a presentation by AM Journal 5's Best Paper Prize winner, Annie Gosse, who I welcome to the stage. She recently completed her, Annie recently completed her research master's degree in history at the University of Amsterdam. Her research interests include urban and gender history of the late Middle Ages and the early modern period, as well as public history. She currently serves as editor-in-chief of Script Historisch tijdschrift, and she will present her prize-winning paper, Women in Urban Environment of the Late Medieval Amsterdam, 1413 to 1512. Kun je doorklikken?
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank the Amsterdam Museum Journal for awarding me the Best Paper Prize, for publishing my research, giving me the opportunity to present here. But since we don't have that much time, I'll go straight into the heart of my article and what it contributes to the Women and Cities edition. Oh. This one? Yes. First of all, I think the past goes a long way to helping us understand the present, and the present is a time in which it's unfortunately still not always easy for women to exist in public space. But at the same time, women always have existed in public space, and they've left their mark on it. And in my article, which I originally wrote as part of a broader project on female spaces in medieval Amsterdam, I take you to the Amsterdam of the 15th century, which was a century in which the female presence in the city's public spaces was heavily regulated by a city council consisting entirely of men. In this short presentation, I want to reflect on how my article contributes a historical perspective on women and cities by examining their regulations, women's use of city space, while also touching upon how women resisted being regulated and how they actually created spaces for themselves whose influence we still see today. The most important thing to know about women in the medieval city, in my opinion, is that their presence always causes tension. So at the end of the 15th century, they were a visibly present part of Amsterdam's urban community of about 11,000 inhabitants. But that presence in the eyes of the urban government was often considered morally suspect and disorderly. Medieval city councils across Europe had very religiously informed attitude to women and subsequently feared, for example, that their presence in public space would lead to undesirable sexual contact between men and women. And Amsterdam was no exception to this general rule. So it's safe to say that Amsterdam's medieval urban governance was highly colored by gendered thinking. And the great irony of that is that medieval cities depended on women's labor and participation in the labor market, like saleswomen and hucksters being the backbone of the food industry, maidservants being responsible for the cleanliness of the streets and gutters surrounding their households. But at the same time, women were treated like a public problem to be managed on the basis of their gender. And that paradox is at the center of my research. For my research, I primarily used Amsterdam's keurboeken, or law books, for the period of 1413 to 1512. And I didn't just look at them as legal prescription, but as an instrument of spatial regulation colored by gendered thinking. And I examined legal measures explicitly aimed at regulating women or disproportionately affecting them on the basis of their sex. Maybe that sounds like I used them to tell a tale of unadulterated repression, but what I actually did was pick apart the anxieties and mentality of male legislators towards women in public city space. And I could, also see how they were occasionally less effective than the urban government hoped it would be, because women were actors within their urban community and not just objects of male control. And their inevitable public presence actually could limit how repressive the city council could be. So in my article, I sketch an image of the many women who walk down Amsterdam streets, like the hucksters that I mentioned, prostitutes, a lot of nuns who cluster together in religious houses in what I call the city's religious quarter. I'm not going to cover all of them now. You should read the article for that, because we don't have that much time. But basically, by going beyond the surface reading of attempted public exclusions of women, I could study not only the mentalities of the male legislators, but also what this revealed and obscured about women's actual everyday engagement with Amsterdam's city space. A complementary crucial source that I used were the corrections. In addition to the regulations, these are like fines or punishments for breaking the rules that women were subjected to. So for instance, you have these fishmongers, food retailers, they need to buy their wares before the market sales, and they cannot do this before 9 a.m. because that's kind of unfair to the competition or something of the sort. And a lot of women were fined for this type of transgression, almost 3 times more women than men. And not because men weren't punished for this, but because women were overrepresented in these professions and therefore more likely to sustain these violations. And these corrections aren't just evidence of women's presence in this field, in these spaces, but also of their routine presence in spaces they were not allowed to be in at that time. And more importantly, Amsterdam's women also didn't take exclusion from public space lightly. For example, before the 1500, women were allowed to work in the meat hall as butchers, but in 1502 there's a new law that says only men can work as butchers in the meat hall. And the only reason given for this is that all good cities do this. So subsequently, in the next 10 years, you see women repeatedly violating this rule. And 2 years after that, 2 years after 1502, you see 15 female butchers being tried at once for breaking this specific law. And this very much points to a deliberate, organized action in kind of a small revolt against it. Ultimately, this didn't help. They didn't earn back their place in the meat hall. But the example does illustrate how regulation limiting women wasn't always fully or immediately effective. And that the women had to be repeatedly corrected just goes to show how women's agency made the city council spatial control aspirational and not absolute. So what I've showed so far was women kind of navigating an aggressively male-coded urban environment. Now I want to shift your attention to the female spaces located within this highly regulated gendered cityscape. Late medieval Amsterdam contained 16 convents for women, 1 beguinage, and 4 monasteries for men. To put it shortly, these are all located in a distinct neighborhood. You can kind of see it on the picture there where I've marked them. And this occupies maybe 20% of the total city space. This religious quarter had a different character to kind of the other neighborhoods in the city. It's kind of quiet, it's on the edge of town. You have these large religious complexes closed off from the streets. And these female religious communities that kind of defined this area were founded on the initiative of women themselves. And compared to the lay women in town, they exercised a lot of control over the lands that they possessed. The convents sold parts of their own lands to other houses, so new female communities could be founded, and the neighboring convents of, for example, St. Mary Magdalene, St. Barbara, they routinely squabble over property boundaries, and the nuns of St. Barbara's tendency to start highly bothersome building projects. So the religious quarter shows, above all, that women could, despite their heavily regulated public presence, create and shape spaces for themselves that were part of the city's very fabric. And we can still see the remnants of this today, because the best example of this is actually the Begijnhof, where you can still walk around and which still provides a living space for women, single women, to this present day. So to conclude this, put shortly, what I wanted to add to Women in Cities was the insight that women's public presence in Amsterdam's earliest history was persistent but contested, that regulations and transgressions revealed not just oppression and invisibility, but also negotiation and resistance, and that despite all the odds stacked against women, they still created female spaces that actively shaped the medieval city and even parts of the modern one. And I hope to have shown you that women weren't just marginal oppressed figures in medieval cities and their public spaces, but active participants whose presence left testaments to them that we can still visit centuries later. And that with that, I thank you for your time and attention.
Maybe Anik, you can stay a second, because I was wondering, because with your interesting presentation, with this very in-depth, if there's a question from the room. So if you could, if anybody has a question for, I can't really see that well. I cannot imagine nobody has a question.
Hello, Lorna Gibson. Thank you for your lecture. It was very interesting. I wonder if you have since looked at modern examples of female spaces in the city, and if you think, or how you think women should use female-specific spaces in the city today. Do we need them?
So this is for modern, you said? Modern female spaces? Well, I think that if you want to look at the legacy of a modern female space, the Begijnhof that I mentioned still is very much a female space. There was an article in a magazine not too long ago where they actually interviewed these women, and they talked about how they could live there, single women, and also this kind of women's community. Yeah, that's the kind of the example from the top of my head. I'm not a modern historian or somebody who knows too much about the female spaces of this day and age. But yeah, can you repeat the other half of your question?
Yeah, of course, I think they are important. It's just a small challenge. But how could we use female spaces maybe to improve our equal chances or opportunities in the city today?
How can we do it? That's a big question.
I think this is actually a really good question to maybe take to the panel that we have afterwards, which I will, as the moderator of panel, I will remember, where Anik will also be part of. We also have some other people who can maybe shed some light on this. For now, I want to thank you, Anik, for your brilliant presentation, and we have a short research intervention by one of the Amsterdam Museum researchers, Maries Holte.
Good morning. I am Maries Holte, and I work as advisor on collections and care of these collections in the Amsterdam Museum. My presentation is about researching a sneaker and its deterioration. The Amsterdam Museum is researching streetwear in a broad program. One part of the research is to find out more about materials used in streetwear, starting with a problem we found in a pair of sneakers here in our depot with the orange arrow. I found a large tear in the left shoe of a pair of Nike Air Safari sneakers that belong to Edson Sabayo. They are in our collection since 2011, along with the clothes Sabayo wears on this photograph. In Amsterdam and worldwide, Sabayo is well known as a co-owner of the sneaker and streetwear clothes store Patta. He has a large and growing sneaker collection of his own. They are not always in their boxes. He also wears them every now and then. The Nike Air Safaris, an innovative design by Tinker Hatfield, were produced in varieties from 1987 on. They are Sabayo's favorites. Therefore, he had more pairs of them. The Amsterdam Museum acquired one of these pairs after exhibiting them in 2010. Unfortunately, pictures from the exhibition and the acquisition do not show the right side if you are looking for the tear in the left sneaker. The sneaker shows not much wear caused by use of the former owner. If you look, for instance, to the sole of the shoe, you don't see any wear and tear. So when, why, and what caused these tear? Maybe it was the plastic material itself that is starting to deteriorate. I did in-house research using the online plastic identification tool, along with the reference plastic material sets. These are developed by the Foundation for Conservation of Contemporary Art in the Netherlands and the Dutch Cultural Heritage Agency. I found out that it probably is a polyurethane or PUR material, but it's not possible to distinguish between the PUR ether and the PUR ester variant. And it's essential to know this, which sort it is, because the two sorts of PUR have different needs. The ester is best kept in a dry and stable climate, while the ether is sensitive to UV radiation. As this sneaker from another collection, the Shoe Quarter, shows, the deterioration can become worse as a result of both the lifetime of materials and environmental factors. Well, it was time to call in the experts. I consulted a shoe conservator. She knew more sneakers with this PUR problem. But analysis was really needed to distinguish between ether and ester. The Cultural Heritage Agency in the Netherlands carries out analytical research on objects. Research on the sneaker was conducted with infrared spectroscopy, shown here with another small plastic object. The material used for the sneaker was analyzed as, unlucky for us, the ester type. So what can we do with this information? Most important is to keep these PUR esters in a stable climate and maybe a drier climate. But we have to take into account that it's combined with other materials with other needs. And when on show to the public, the climate will not be that dry. In the storage, we are able to place it under drier conditions, but then we have to consider that moving the object also means bringing it in a different climate condition again. Meanwhile, the show must go on. We dare to exhibit the sneaker because the circumstances in the exhibition room were practically the same as in our textile storage area in which the sneakers were kept. The tear was monitored and measured, and it happily didn't become larger. Still, it's a ticking time bomb. So, what's next? Well, we keep on caring for this object and all the objects within our possibilities. And we want to contact the former owner with his many shoes and maybe other owners of large sneaker collections. And of course also the manufacturer to learn more. And we would like to share thoughts with experts and the community, not only about keeping the material, but also about the meaning of the material and the object itself. And finally, we can use the information to reconsider our collection policy. I thank you for your attention. And if you want to talk a bit more, meet me in the breaks.
Thank you, Marisa, for this short intervention. Very interesting. I would like to move on now to the panel that I already briefly had a little trailer for with your beautiful question that I will take with me. I would like to welcome to the stage for this panel Annick Gossen, again, our Best Paper Prize winner. Annick Bakkeland. Eliza Steinbach. And Noor Bassam. I will briefly introduce you all. Annick, we've already heard from you, your beautiful presentation. Then we have Annick Bakkeland, who is a junior researcher of philosophy and humanities. She explores issues of justice on the intersection of language, power, and knowledge production, and was co-author of the book Women of Amsterdam, which was published last year. Then we have Eliza Steinbach. They hold the chair in transgender studies, arts and culture activism, and directs the Research Focus Center for Gender and Diversity at Maastricht University's Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. And last but not least, Dr. Nuran Bassam, architect and scholar working at the intersection of design, gender, and urban transformation. She is founder of the Gendered City and FemDes, the global network. She explores how cities can embody feminist values, care, safety, representation, and equity through participatory design and feminist policy frameworks. That's a mouthful. Beautiful. Thank you for joining me. So before we get into the question about taking space, which I think is a big one, I would like to start off with an even broader, bigger question that I would want to pose to Annick Bakkeland as you focus on philosophy and humanities, and therefore these big conceptual questions. How do you think that cities define women and vice versa?
Yeah. Oh, yes, great. Good question. Well, let's start with the way how cities define women. I think this happens in many ways. So what does it mean to be a woman in a city, in the urban, right? And how do we define ourselves that way? So when I think of a remaining tension of being a woman in an urban environment, in a city, I think of safety, because women and non-male bodies in general are unfortunately not as safe in cities as I would like them to be. Now, this is a negative aspect, a negative way of how this might define women, but the city also defines women in many positive ways, right? Because cities offer career opportunities, social opportunities, and, well, opportunities to have fun, which is also very important in how we define ourselves. Now, yeah, women also define cities, and the way I would look at that question is in the normative sense. So we see that many women engage in protests, in actions that try to transform the city in a different space, in a space that it could be, in a space that it maybe ought to be. So think of the many women engaging in the Take Back the Night movement or in the Women's March in Amsterdam every year. Yeah. Those are examples.
So maybe that also already a little bit goes into the ways in which women maybe in a more modern time take space. So I want to refer back to the beautiful question we had from the audience. Do any of you want to maybe had a little think about that? The way we as women specifically take space in a city nowadays?
So I'm not a woman, actually. I can be ascribed as such, I can be perceived as such, but my own identity is actually as a non-binary person. But I still want to engage with this question because I think it asks about self-segregation. And we can think, and thank you for this incredible research that you've done about exclusionary mechanisms that are imposed upon us. But it works quite differently when it's self-chosen to be, let's say, in a group, and that's the always inclusivity renders somebody and something exclusive, right? When you make a little circle and say that we belong in, others don't. That's first thing. And as you were asking that, I was thinking of gyms. On my way here, I was biking down the Amstel, and I saw a new sign I hadn't seen before about a women's gym, holistic, and it was for menopause, pregnancy. And I kind of wondered, actually, if we needed the word woman, right? Because it's actually about experiences. But I think it's also important that there's queer gyms, and that could be also self-electing. And the main thing for me about what could we do in that space, I think, is to generate room for conversations that cannot be had in the same way elsewhere, right? And so that would be my kind of answer to the, consciousness raising importance, we did in the 70s, that you talk about your life experiences. And that doesn't mean that your identity is first. It means that the things that you go through are first. Exactly. And as a feminist, I'm all about that, rather than ascribing things that can be policed and regulated, such as segregated toilets, which I think is a serious problem, because you often see masculine identifying, or people who are masculine presenting, they're the ones that actually are being thrown out of toilets and facing violence. Not so much. because they identify as women, but they are not seen as such.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit rambly, but
No,
this is
I think
I want to really address this question of identity.
Absolutely, and also about like how you identify and how things are seen as binary and then constructed as binary. I want to then go to you because your work on the gendered city, you looked a lot about how the city are gendered. So I was wondering, are there certain observations that you think deserve more time or attention, especially if you think about, for example, future city planning?
Yeah, totally. So as you mentioned in the Gender City book and Women After Dark, I think I raise a lot of question about the nighttime and the after dark city and how cities should provide opportunities, but how these opportunities are not equal, are not guaranteed for everyone because of safety and security and mobility. So autonomy and freedom is not guaranteed for people because of very much intersectional identities. And this is why feminism is so important, because this is, again, non-binary look of men and women, but the whole intersecting elements that makes us who we are as people. So I think the first thing, and even in participatory work, is the embodied experience and how different identities perceive these spaces. And then we start very much, I'm obsessed always with spatial design and what, as designers, we can do better. And definitely something like clean sanitation, toilets, care facilities for carers. And unfortunately, most of the carers identify as women. So it's very much, I think, the element of the light and the whole, it's not lit and unlit, but the whole binaries in between, how it's lit, how it is visible, how it's clear visibility elements and signs. So I think very much into translating what does it mean to be and embody a feminist city is very much about understanding these different experiences, very much embodied, very much different from one person to another, and how you position yourself in the built environment, and then starting from there, understanding how the built environment is limiting to many of these identities. And this is why feminist can be a frightening word for some, and especially in the urban design sector. So, and we always say it's a city for the 99.9%. It's understanding intersectionality. It's understanding that gender are not binary, and many elements, even in design, is not binary, like lit, unlit. It's the whole ranges of how we design and light, and I think very much in the small interventions too.
Thank you. Thank you for your very, in that sense, comprehensive answer, which touches on a couple of things, which I think is also makes sense when we talk about women and cities, where it's about taking space, the way spaces can be restricting, but also restrictive, and how we perceive space as well. You're also all researchers from different disciplines. So you talked, especially you, Eliza, and you talked a little bit about what you perceive in the city itself. But from your perspective as researchers, what are specific things that you think that we have to really look into more in ways that we can further research in terms of these topics that we're talking about in relation to women in cities? I don't know which of you want to take it. Could also be one of the Annick's.
Maybe I can jump quick to that. I think now for what is very much occupying my personal mind and in the field, how to systemize gender-sensitive design, how to systemize looking from a policy level into building the feminist city we want to, or we hope for. So I think it's very much the lack maybe on how to bridge all of the grassroots and our embodied experience, our small research and bigger ones into a policy systemic level of design, and how to translate it into a primary goal, like something that is prioritized, institutionalized, so every decision is decided with this point of view and this perspective. So I think this is very much occupying my small bubble, how to make this forever, like not again at a conversation that we have for a couple of years and then it goes away.
That's a beautiful answer. Before I go on to the others, I want to maybe ask Annick Gossen, what can we learn from the past to do all these things?
Well, there's something I've been thinking about because we've been on the topic of bathrooms, which kind of brought me back to this other experience that I had in Copenhagen when I visited it. Copenhagen has had these historic urinals for a long time. They still have some standing, but they also have public bathrooms that are accessible to people who cannot use urinals for one way or another. And for a long time, these you had to pay for, while the urinals were free, until women spoke out and said, hey, men can go use the urinals for free, but if we want to go to the bathroom, we need to pay, and it's not fair. So eventually they made these bathrooms freely accessible to everyone, which is very nice because they could take advantage of that. But it's basically what that got me thinking about was what I've been talking about in my presentations also. If you look at the legislation, it's kind of, in a way, actively hostile to women. There's explicit exclusion. Well, what I saw with Copenhagen in this situation and with what I see today, it's more like no longer there's active hostility towards women. It's more like gendered neglect. That's kind of what I would call it. Like it's not actively hostile, but it's just like it doesn't take the experiences of women or even people who aren't like male coded in a way into account enough. And I think that if you look at how this was in the past and how it is now, I think there's work to be done in examining how this shift kind of took place.
Yeah. Very, very interesting, especially when we talk about what I like you say, like gender neglect specifically for those who don't identify as men. Is there any of you who want to comment on that from your own perspective or expertise? Because I think it's a very interesting point that you raised, that it's more, instead of something that is harshly legislated, it's more like gender neglect.
Yeah, I've written in the book that it's sometimes it looks like it's a conspiracy theory that that amount of neglect for women has been all over the years, and we know because of fields like mobility we're highly dominated by men, and there is always this lack of perspective of having women integrated. And I wanted as well to ask you from your research and how archives as well have been doing decisions about what is deemed important, what is highlighted, what is archived. And usually it's neglecting, again, women histories and research and experiences over and over. So I was wondering if it was easy to get all of these info from archives that, especially back in the day, they only archived men's stories and championed them in many ways. So, yeah.
I mean, you raise a very good point about the archive, because the archive does have a lot of silences in it, and especially for the medieval period, it's very hard to find writing by women themselves. And if it got preserved, then it's either like a very well-known woman or somebody whose work got preserved specifically because they were extraordinary in a way, or sometimes basically by accident. So what I've been doing in my research on women in the Middle Ages, like these law books, I've basically just gone through them and kind of looked at them from a different lens, like with an eye to gender and to women, because they are mentioned in there, but you just need to look for them. And I've also done research on women on the basis of financial administration of an urban institution. But basically, you go through all these administrative files, and you look at the women who were recorded there as making deals with the institution, and they are there, but it's still like written down by a man, and for the express purpose of, well, not documenting women's experience. This is basically just a business deal. So yeah, it's kind of hard to find women in a way, but it can be done if you look for them.
Elias, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I do, because I'm also very preoccupied with archival work, but with regards to trans history and how trans people connect to their history, what access do they have to it? And one thing is the dressing laws or sumptuary laws, which you may have heard of, that you would have to wear 3 articles of clothing that are according to your assigned sex. And you could be arrested if not. And, you know, there were also things in the U.S. like ugly laws that was also to keep people who were visually disabled out of public. So these sort of things I find quite interesting to consider in light of what is now called walking while trans. So the presumption of it for very much trans misogyny is the assumption that if you were visibly trans, you could be clocked on the street, you could be arrested, because the assumption was that you were soliciting, right? So it's to make this connection between sex work and trans people, and these arrests are still happening today. It goes along with like racial profiling as well. So this is for me, I think, an arena that when we talk about archives of harm, you know, it's quite interesting to think about the yes, there's neglect, but there's also an abundance of material, like you found, like with the corrections. It's just that the way that we show up is under a kind of violence, what we might call symbolic annihilation. That you're either condemned, trivialized, or indeed neglected or missing, absented. And these are the conditions of trying to, well, emotionally access your history, and that can be quite traumatic as well, to make these modern day connections with past violences and hostilities.
Yeah, really interesting. And Aniek Bakkeland, you also wrote for the book Women of Amsterdam, Vrouw van Amsterdam, for which you also did research. The things that have been said by your fellow panelists, did you find those in your research as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I don't do archival research, but from the sources I read as well, the perspectives of meaning that are embedded in these sources don't always reflect the meaning that, would suit my worldview or non-male worldviews. And yeah, that remains embedded today as well. And that always really strikes me when I come across something and I think, oh, well, that just doesn't suit how I position myself in this or how I would go about this. So I would say that is a remaining issue, yeah.
Okay, and then to maybe, unless you want to comment, Eliza, because I saw you, but I was thinking, we're talking a little bit about the restrictions, but I also want to maybe end before I open it up to the room, a little bit more, well, not hopeful, but maybe museum appropriate. How does art and other cultural practices contribute to intersectional participation and understanding of cities?
Yeah, so if I may.
Yeah, of course.
I think art is a very important resource in order to, allow interdisciplinary or intersectional understanding of cities and meaning in cities. Especially if we look at art as a hermeneutical resource, right? Because art allows people to express things that are perhaps not always expressed as well in language. So it can circumvent the limitations that language puts on us, and I think by doing that, it's such a strong resource to do that. So yeah, definitely.
I've been playing around with this idea of archives, or art that manages to work up historical documents, to reanimate them, to help us see something else there that might be a bit more speculative, or with Saidiya Hartman, the idea of critical fabulation, that there's another narrative that can be drawn out, maybe with some restraint, right, not go too far. But this kind of capacity to bring out a different mode of embodied knowledge than what is just maybe there on a paper document page. And for me, I was also very interested in this article that was about glitter in the special issue. I think there's a lot also with plastics and preservation. Glitter is a horrible thing for museums. But, you know, the kind of pie in the face or glitter bomb, these kinds of zaps, I think these types of cultural activism is extremely important to thinking about, like, the mobility that we have and the ways that we use public space. But it's also, again, kind of hard to archive these moments. Yeah.
Okay, I think this is a perfect point to ask if any of the audience members may have a question, because we have a lot of people also in the audience who do cultural research or maybe activists themselves. Oh, you do it? Perfect.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. I'm Marlena. I quickly had a question because at the very end you mentioned cultural activism, and I was really interested to hear how you have, through your research and work, seen this generally applied in larger art spaces in maybe other ways. Yeah.
I think it was for you.
Yes. Could you repeat it again? How I have seen cultural activism in
like generally how you think it's applicable in larger museum spaces, because I have seen it, I have experienced it in various ways in smaller activist art spaces, but I was wondering, how you think it's applicable in larger museums.
Well, I've been thinking a lot about the artistic participation in heritage spaces institutionally or on like more community small scale. And, what is the added value basically of an artistic perspective, or the kind of lending of artistic or aesthetic knowledge. And my sense is that when you enter a museum, it's often a very cold space, and that the artist is able to marshal a kind of warmth, beating heart, and also to be a mediator. So I'm also thinking about the artist as a kind of medium that is able to make connections between the past and the present. So this all maybe sounds a little airy-fairy, but, Travis Alabanza at the Tate Modern singing a song about loneliness in the middle of a queer exhibition, because in that room there's only white faces, and they are a non-binary black person. And I just think when you can't unsee that, or I would say you can't unfeel that, right? So I think there's something really important here about bringing in another mode of knowledge production that artists have the capacity to do.
I will only add to this that we do this in the built environment, or the in more an urban sphere, and we call it artivism. So me and my co-director, we have been working on artivism projects with vulnerable communities, I call it, and sometimes teen girls, to co-create their image of what is a perfect park, what is the feminist park for them. And it's very much, they are not artists, but they let their creativity and art in a very activist artivism kind of way. And I think it's very much in participation, and from experience in participatory work, it plays a miracle role in having this creative communities let out, I would say.
Thank you. There's time for some more questions. Yeah.
Hi. So I come from art history background, and I focus on the modern era. And I was thinking about how women were, ignoring all the nuances of this, but women were given access to the public space in the 19th century through the implementation of kind of consumerist, capitalist spaces of the mall. And that made me think about the fact that when we are in these public spaces, they are so focused on consumerism and capitalism, and there is an inherent gendered almost violence within that, because we are constantly seeing ourselves be turned into objects, or we are in there to consume objects. And I was wondering what your perspective is on crafting a public environment where capitalism and consumerism is not at the base of it, so we may exist in these spaces for fun or for ourselves, where we don't have to come up against that, and not just from a safety point of view, but kind of, maybe a bit utopian, but thank you.
Well, as I was preparing, I was thinking of the flaneur, or the flaneuresse, the feminine version. So thank you so much for bringing that up, because I think for me, I'm more of a modernist and contemporary scholar. So the medieval, I'm like, tell me more about it. But of course, there's the industrial capitalism and the commodity culture and the phantasmagoria. And I'm thinking here of Walter Benjamin and the Arcades Project, where you had spaces that were covered, where it was like safe for women to be walking. But I'm also like, what about the rive and the situationist mode of walking, which is all about taking like intuitive turns, and not allowing yourself to be directed by let's say, the proper ways to walk. So these are just some thoughts about how there's existent practices to challenge that mode of looking at windows, but also being seen as a possible object, like, of course, prostitution. Here we have the windows. It's a literalization. Yeah. Do you want to speak?
I saw you notice. I thought so too. Does anybody want to comment on this? No? Is there? I think we have time for one last question.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you can comment on the Dolomina movement in Amsterdam and the framing of Take Back the Night and the idea that women only have access to daytime hours as opposed to the nighttime as well that men have access to.
I think for...
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, totally. I'm all about the after dark. And I think it is definitely more about reclaiming the night. So this is the activist part of it. And I love that it's now more than ever that these topics have been raised. And due to a very unfortunate situation, but finally we need to reclaim the night. And I wrote a lot about leisure and how leisure for women is the first thing to go in order to feel safe or to avoid certain positions in the city. So, I mean, this is why what I imagine or what I am looking for now is systemizing laws and design and yeah, it needs to be very much a political will, and we know this is always how things go, like in the long term. So I'm hoping that it's not only the activist part, although it's very important to raise awareness and people know more than ever that we don't feel safe at night. We alter our paths, we change our shoes. I do all of this, so it's a lot of mental work. It's a lot of the price we pay, I call it, and it's a lot of prices that we pay, not only in money, but in mental capacity and social price even to be in gatherings. So leisure and how leisure, and this is, I think, what we need to have as the right to the city, the full right to the city, from leisure to actually working night shifts and as DJs, creatives. So I've been interviewing a lot of creatives after dark and DJs as well, and their experiences as women in certain places that is hostile still. So I mean, I would dream and can't wait for the moment that it is on the legislation boards too, and it's a systemized laws from design to everything else, so to reporting to everything. So I think yeah, this is the activist side of it is very important, but I think we need more.
Perfect. Are there any more questions? I can talk loud. Tom is on his way.
For the back of the room.
So, as cultural workers and cultural researchers in the now, and I can imagine we all want to do better. My question is to Aniek and Aniek. No, to Dr. Eliza Steinbock and Aniek Goosen. How do we preserve stories of non-binary stories or female stories better for the future? Like, what kind of recommendations would you give us? Like, people that collect stories, collect artworks, archive them, to do better, so we tell the stories more inclusive and more profound.
I think it kind of depends on how you frame a certain story and what you look for. Like, for example, when it comes to medieval Amsterdam, there was a presentation, an exhibit in the Stadsarchief Amsterdam last year, and they also, I mean, obviously when you make an exhibition you make certain choices about what to tell, and in this case they kind of decided to focus not on stuff like the nobility or the wars or the trade, but they focused on, for example, care and how people cared for each other, the neighbors, that sort of thing, which is also to be found in the archive, and that's kind of how they framed that story. So if you want to focus on, let's say, the women or like non-binary, but probably not for the Middle Ages because those are really hard to find for the Middle Ages, but if you do want to focus more on those, I would say first of all, facilitate more research and actively make space to present stories in that way, and also make it accessible to an audience of interested people, make sure you reach that audience?
I find this a difficult question because a lot of oral history has to do with individuals, and you very often will fall quickly into a kind of hero's narrative or something heroic about their life that they have undergone. And I am wondering about the capacity to think in terms of collectives and groups and how the, let's say, story of these groups could be preserved. And that might require that they're in some way, identified, like we have, and that can often be a safety issue, or they're more informal. But I think that would be my hot tip. Think less in terms of individuals, which is again a kind of problem of individualism and the neoliberal mindset of overcoming something or winning or being the best, and to think about the mutual aid networks, or even like the amazing stuff that's gone on with Café Serijn to crowd fund, ownership, and to create these kinds of nodes where people come together and maybe think of that less about the, let's say, personalities. Although, we do have some really important personalities, and the Pink Giants work that Ilya has done, or the Rosa, Rosa Rausen, the Dutch word for giant, Rosa.
Rose.
Yeah, that one. I'm a little ambivalent there about like completely pushing the certain figures who are important and need to be honored and need to be given their flowers, but the space and communities.
Well, thank you for your beautiful answer, and thank you to this beautiful panel. I think it gives us a lot of food for thought. And I would definitely also, for the people who haven't read the journal yet, to really dive into it, because we discuss all these things and more. For now, thank you very much to Aniek, Eliza, Aniek, and Nuran. And as a palate cleanser, a brilliant palate cleanser, I would like to welcome to the stage Thijs Boers for his research intervention. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm a bit taller than all of you. Here we go. Nearly lunch, so bear with me, 5 minutes, I think. Let's do, I hope I have the right button now. No? Well, it's all right. Good morning, everyone. In this short time frame, I will tell you something about the ceramics collection of the Amsterdam Museum. Because, yes, our city museum and the accompanying Willet Holthuizen house has a collection of more than 7,000 objects that can be classified as ceramics. For some time now, I've been spending my Thursdays in our depot in Amsterdam North researching this collection. The reason for researching this collection is simple, the simple fact that with a few exceptions, it had never been done. This in contrast to, for example, the museum's silver, glass and sculpture collections. As mentioned, the collection of more than 7,000 objects include various sub-collections with a focus on 18th century Amsterdam porcelain from the porcelain factories of Weesp, Loosdrecht and Amstel. In addition, there's a large group of objects from China, consisting mainly of the 18th century export porcelain. However, as the critical viewer, as you all are, of course, will notice there's also a considerable amount of Delft earthenware on this table. Tables, plural. In addition, the museum manages good and important examples from German factories such as Meissen. In addition to the old city property, the collection has been enriched mainly by private individuals such as Louisa Willet Holthuizen and Sophia Lopez Suazo de Bruin, who bequeathed their houses and collections to the city at the end of the 19th century. In addition, some excellent acquisitions were made between 1950s and 1990s. One of the reasons for buying porcelain was that they wanted to enrich the Willett Holthuysen collection, which includes important sub-collections of applied arts. We are working with a small team to photograph and describe all the objects and to reorganize the depot. And, of course, to make it more accessible to the public, because, as is probably well known, 90% of the collection is stored in the depot. I will now give you a few examples of sources for inspiration for decorating porcelain. Actually, this is not the only one, there are several of these. It's Chinese export porcelain from around 1775, so made especially for export, and painted in the center in the so-called encre de Chine with black ink with a representation of the birth of Christ, based on a print on your right side by Jan Luyken, also in our collection. The prints were sent along to China and interpreted for this purpose. However, it's also possible that the encre de Chine was done in the Republic, or even more in Amsterdam. We see this here on this plate, also from around 1775, which is also part of a large set. Again, it's Chinese export porcelain, for which this print of the Jan Rodenpoortstoren served as an example. And now, an example of porcelain that was produced in Amsterdam or perhaps Brussels, but mostly likely painted in Amsterdam. Incidentally, we almost never know the craftsmen or women who painted these objects, as they were almost never signed. Here we see a small village called Sloterdijk, and the print that served as a model, in which even the man with the buckets can be recognized. Yeah, I think it should, yeah, it's recognizable, I hope for you. Here are two examples from a very large dinner service, we have only two in our collection, that was made for the stadhouder Prince William V and his wife Wilhelmina van Pruisen. The sources of inspiration for this have not yet been found. So these examples provide an insight into how you can research porcelain, but there are countless possibilities for investigation. Where was it made? By which factory? By whom? For whom? How did it end up in a collection, etc. Finally, to show that porcelain was sold in Amsterdam for quite a long time, here's a painting, not in our collection, or not yet, I hope, of a view of the Zuiderkerk and the Sint Anthony Breestraat by Isaac Auwater from 1785. If we zoom in, we can see that the house on the right housed a porcelain shop with his name displayed. Not easy to read, but older people in the room, sorry about you, young guys, will know that this was the predecessor of the famous Metz & Co. department store in Leidsestraat. My last slide was taken off anyway. That's why I was a bit confused on the first one. Doesn't matter. The title was Ceramics in the Amsterdam Museum with a question mark. And then in the end, the last slide would be, it's not a question mark, but an exclamation mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thijs, for your presentation, and apologies on behalf of the team for taking off your last slide, of course. And with this, I would like to conclude our morning session of this first ever Amsterdam Museum Research Conference with a couple of announcements. Mainly, we've talked this morning about the AIM Journal editions from 2025, so I briefly want to take you into the editions that we're going to be publishing in 2026. First of all, our summer edition is going to be titled Future Cities, for which the call for abstract is already closed, and it's promising to be a brilliant one, where we focus on future cities from utopias and dystopias in science fiction to urban planning with problems of the future, some of which we have already previously also discussed on some of the panels, which is guest edited by Wouter Pokorny and Francis Jean Rowe. So very exciting. It will be on our online platform like all the other editions for free in the summer of 2026. And then our winter edition, I'm pleased to announce, will be about fashion and identities. So talking about fashion trends in cities as closely linked. We'll focus on expression and collective and personal identity, as well as questions of heritage, inclusion, exclusion, and appropriation, which will be published in the winter of 2026. The guest editor is yet to be determined. So if any of you think that this may be you, then you can, of course, approach us. And the call for abstracts on this for those of you who are interested in either submitting something or know somebody who this would be interesting for. The call for abstracts will be out later this month. So this concludes our morning session, but make sure to be there for the afternoon session as we will launch officially the research center, explain the what, why, how, and also what it could mean for you. And we have some brilliant keynote speakers from diverse, different research projects that we're already collaborating with. And we'll explain a little bit more about the new Amsterdam Museum that we're building on. So for now, we have a lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Very briefly for those who are still in the room. Very briefly for those who are still in the room, I was just notified of the fact that in the program it says that the lunch ends at 1, the lunch ends at 1:30, but we will start at 1:30 sharp.
Heftig.
Oh, it worked just like this morning, where the lights go on and everybody turns quiet. Perfect. Welcome back to our afternoon program. For those who have just joined us for the afternoon program, I am Dr. Emma van Bijnen. I do coordinate research and publications at Amsterdam Museum, and I am also the editor-in-chief of the AM Journal. And I'm joined here by my colleague, who also will be your moderator for the afternoon program, Dr. Tom van der Molen, art historian, researcher, Govert Flink expert, curator at Amsterdam Museum. So yeah, welcome back. We're very excited because this afternoon will be about the AMResearch Center, which we're very proud to present to you now. Let me see if I can. Yes. So Amsterdam Museum obviously always has done research. It's a city museum with multiple disciplines for those who are here this morning or are familiar with our practices or our journal. Everything we do is from multiple disciplines, which is something we're very proud of. We've conducted research into our collection. We've used this research to translate stories to the public in exhibitions and public programming. We've also been working on methods for co-creation together with Vanessa Vroon-Yem, for example, who you saw this morning. And we've presented also our output besides our exhibition and public programming in various publications, from popular science publications to the AM Journal, but also the various books, dissertations, published essays, articles, and so on.
And of course, we have always already collaborated with higher education for courses, programs, internships, visas, as well as guest lectures. And we do this in and within different disciplines, from rhetorics to sociology and on anthropology, and from history and art history to museology.
So, we're now we're proud to introduce the AMResearch Center. The question that we got first from a lot of people, obviously, is why a research center? Because as I already said, we already do a lot of research. I think it's most important is that we want to start a research center from the principle that complex problems, objects, and themes require automatically multi-interdisciplinary and polyphonic approaches. And to do that, we need to better organize ourselves, obviously, internally, and make ourselves more visible for the public so that we can platform such research. So that's why our main objective also is to connect researchers, methods, and institutions on central issues and themes rather than starting from a very specific disciplinary orientation. And hopefully, therefore, improve collaborations that we can set up and maintain across the different disciplines to tackle the complexities. In terms of collection, as Tom will present, but also what I'm personally interested in, which is the social impact that we have as museums, and specifically also as a city museum, where you have a specific type of social responsibility to do so. So how do we want to do that? Well, like I said, we want to improve the internal organization, specifically on research as well as higher education. We're very much looking forward to working more intricately with higher education. That goes for universities, but also University of Applied Science. And later on, we will also talk about MBO, but that's for a later stage. And specifically, with the coming of the research center, we can platform structural collaborations. So we can look more into co-organizing and co-developing workshops, courses, internships, etc., with these higher education institutions. Also, in terms of research, because we now have a research center, and not all the research that we're doing is very personal. So just to give a really brief explanation, if I were to give a guest lecture at a university before the coming of the research center, it would also always be Dr. Emma van Bijnen, communication science, will present or give you a lecture on XYZ. In that sense, all the research and lectures that we provide was very much on a personal basis, right? So the affiliations that we, or I personally as a researcher or lecturer, have with a specific institution, which also makes it so that we sometimes have stronger connections with one institution versus another, simply because some of us are partly employed also by, for example, the University of Amsterdam. This way, by doing this, we can more create different types of collaborations and also give a platform for more structural, long-term, and longitudinal research. Simply because you have a better institutional basis, there's a better way of collaborating, and it's not so much dependent on me personally, for example, as a researcher, or Tom personally as a researcher. It's a better way to work together. It also allows us to offer students and juniors more guidance on research possibilities, because we can simply better organize providing this for them, and we can do justice to the demands of a modern city museum, which we have distilled in two main research branches, namely collection of stories and social impact.
So how do we organize this Amsterdam Research Center? Well, it is coordinated by the Coordinator Research and Publications, who is next to me. And research itself is divided into two branches, collection and stories. So think history, art history, think other perspectives on the collection and on the stories we tell. And the branch of social impact, of which Emma will tell you something later. And they work on different areas of research, but they interact with each other and they strengthen each other. For example, if we make an exhibition, we measure social impact, and that informs us on what we want to research next for new publications, exhibitions, whatever programming you can think of. The first of those branches will be led by myself, and the second will be led by Emma. So I am not surprisingly going to tell you something about the first. Collection and stories. We do multidisciplinary research into the collection and history of the city. And multidisciplinary means combining various academic disciplines, but not academic research alone. It is also non-academic researchers, artistic research, and community knowledge. We recognize that knowledge comes from everywhere in the society and not just from academia. In collection research, we deepen our knowledge of meanings and materiality of objects, as you have seen this morning in the presentations of my colleagues, and the latter also in terms of conservation. In research into the city's past, we have a focus on underrepresented and silenced perspectives, as you have also seen this morning, and we have two research lines that focus on specific urban subjects, streetwear and nature and the city. Streetwear is already starting up now and is a large research project on the topic of streetwear through three main axes. A temporal axis, which shows how streetwear began in Amsterdam and how it developed into what it is now. A spatial axis, how streetwear has interacted with various other parts of the world in making streetwear what it is today. And an identification axis in which the research focuses on how streetwear relates to identities, group identities, personal identities, and such. For nature and the city, we had a wonderful talk this morning about how nature and the city could work together in almost a co-creation of the city, but this co-creation has a history as well. And in the case of Amsterdam, it is also a colonial history. We can think of migration of plants, for example. We can think of how colonial extraction mechanisms worked on nature, but also worked on what we have become as human inhabitants of this city. Thematic approaches facilitate this multidisciplinarity. By focusing on specific topics, we hope to invite multiple disciplines to work with us on these subjects. And research may lead to programming such as exhibitions, publications, and always an edition of the Amsterdam Museum Journal.
Yes, and then I will lead the research branch, as we call it, on social impact, which looks more at the relationship between our programming and the public. So in that sense, what we've already started on is, and something that we're very passionate about, is introducing, for example, a new definition of impact, specifically within the museum sector, which now is still very much focused on quantitative impact, so impact measuring, where there is some, a little track that looks a little bit at, oh, do you like it or not? But it doesn't really do anything in terms of understanding in the way that we impact our society. Like I said, as a city museum, we see it as our explicit social responsibility to look into that. So in that sense, we will look at developing methods that are more mixed methods. So instead of solely quantitative measuring, look at quantitative and qualitative mapping. So developing a method for impact mapping instead of measuring, where we can look at the ways in which our programming exhibitions, but also our collaborations impact not only our public, but also our specific communities and people that we collaborate with. As we saw this morning, and we will discuss this afternoon, we do a lot in co-creation, and the impact that we have on those people is also very much important to look into and incorporate. So in that sense, we want to include in audiences, communities, and partners as well, which is something that now, unfortunately, has not been done enough, in our opinion. Secondly, what I personally, which is more tied to my personal research expertise, is we will focus more on what we call multimodal rhetorics. So to understand the effect that our museum programming, exhibitions, and other programming has on people. So specifically, how does, if somebody walks through an exhibition, how does it affect their opinions, their behaviors? How does it affect how they think of a certain subject? Not only have we informed them properly, but if they maybe afterwards had different conversation with family members, did they start reading different books? So in what way does it inform the way that they think, work, act, and also what effect does it have on emotions? And look more structurally at the underlying mechanisms, as I call it, the underlying mechanisms of our programming to understand, hey, how does spatial orientation work together with how objects are presented, together with the text that we show, to really understand how does that impact the way that somebody experiences or decodes what we're trying to show them. So what I always say is that, in short, is how museum programming affects visitors and how does collaboration impact communities. So in that sense, my approach to multidisciplinary research is a little bit different from what Tom is talking about. It's really looking at the insights that have come from not only communication science, but also art history, museology, the work that, for example, Jeroen Lutters, who will present later, has done, how together it can give us more insight into not only for us, but we are obviously working on the City Museum of the Future, which is also one of the reasons why we're having this, where we're launching this research center now, which is something that we're thinking about, right? How can the insights from these different disciplines work together to help answer some of these questions that we now have the luxury to stop and ask ourselves and really dive into? Now we've explained a little bit about, very briefly, because I can imagine you have probably many questions for us. But first I want to explain a little bit together with Tom what this means for you, maybe. Because maybe you're like, oh, this sounds interesting. Maybe I want to collaborate in one way or another, or want to know more on the different ways in which we can work together. I assume that some of you may also already are doing part of the work or have organizations or institutes or partially working in this way. So in that sense, we have developed for now what we call 3 different flavors of collaboration. The associate, affiliate, and the ambassador of the AMResearch Center. Again, these are not mutually exclusive, but it helps define a foundation for diverse research that we can build on, and it helps us understand also when we get into these collaborations what the mutual expectations can be. So I would want to start off first with the Amsterdam Research Center Associate, which is very specifically a institution-to-institution, organization, lab collaboration, where your institute, lab, center, organization has a formal collaboration with the Amsterdam Museum Research Center in terms of research or education. This can either be structural, that we, for example, say, hey, I have an educational program, I have a master's program, I want to develop part of my curriculum or a course or a workshop together with Amsterdam Museum, that will become part of it. I mean, we've also noticed, I mean, many lecturers of you as well, that valorization and the applied aspect of, specifically then also university studies, is very much not only appreciated by students, but what is increasingly necessary for us to do. So we want to facilitate that. But also, for example, for the duration of a research project. So if you want to, with your organization, lab, institute, set up a long-term, multiple-year research project with us, then your association will be for the duration of that project. Which is also something that we're actively going to seek out to set up research projects with some of you. Yeah, so I think that is the most important aspects of the research associate. I know that some of these terms are used interchangeably. That's why we feel it's necessary to really define them. So if you have an organization lab or a course or educational program and you wish to collaborate with us, you are interested in looking into some of these things that we've mentioned before or that will be mentioned later today, then please do reach out to us.
And the next taste in working together with us is the AMResearch affiliate. This is about individuals working with us. Based on your research interest, we conduct inter- or multidisciplinary research on specific complex problems, themes, and objects. If you want to do that together with us, an affiliate you will be. You get invited to take part in research and educational projects, events, advisory boards, and focus groups in the museum. Join the Amsterdam Museum Journal as an external board member, which also means that we ask you to do peer reviews. Gain access to the collection and other materials within the Amsterdam Museum, so we can offer you access to objects if you need them for your research and things like that. Discuss and present ongoing work and research proposals to a tailored Amsterdam Museum Research Sounding Board to check your research if there are things that you have missed out on or that you can seek advice on, and get invited to the Amsterdam Museum Research Center meetings, such as this one, presentations and events. So this is for the individual, but we have a special kind of individual.
Yeah, and this is something that we're very proud of, which is the group that we find particularly inspiring that is often overlooked, and specifically when you look at these more official, formal, institutional groups, and that we have called the Amsterdam Research Ambassador, which is specifically for junior researchers and students who may or may not want to do a PhD, who may or may not want to, you know, continue research in one way or another, who want to work at a museum, who want to collaborate with us on specific themes that we're working on, for example. So as an Amsterdam Research Ambassador, you will be fully recognized as an ambassador and mentioned as such on our website, of course, which I know is very important for juniors who are ambitious and who want to do the work that they are formally recognized. So they can get to contribute to the research that we're doing as the Amsterdam Museum Research Center. We can help you with developing your own future research projects. You become part of a network of junior researchers from various disciplines, because this is obviously what we are also specializing in. You can also, which is I think is very important, receive advice on future research and personal mentoring. So if you, for example, are more interested in the work that Tom is doing, you can receive personal mentoring. Or if you're interested in more social impact research, then you, for example, come to me. But we have a bunch of other interesting researchers, from anthropology to other art historians with various fields of expertise. So in that way, you can receive personal mentoring and, of course, gain access to the collection, other materials within the Amsterdam Museum that are often more difficult as juniors to access. And of course, also get invited to all the meetings and presentations and events. Not only these official ones, but also, for example, if we do brown bag meetings where we internally present research, you can always also do that then as a junior ambassador. So we're very, very proud of that. So yeah, for any contact, if you wish think, oh, this is super interesting, then yeah, contact us, send us a message. We can set up a expert meeting, but we can also just go for coffee. We're very much looking forward to talking to you about this. I'm briefly checking if we're on time or we're on schedule. Do we have time left? Okay, then maybe it would be good before I exit the stage to ask if there's very brief questions or clarifications needed on what we just presented.
I see a hand.
Can you? I can do it. I know. This is improvised, but I saw some questioning faces, which I hope is interest, but obviously it could also be that we're not being clear enough, though.
I might be asking about maybe too much of the details pertaining it, but I'm interested in what would the application procedures consist of?
It will not be a formal application procedure. What we would just do is we will talk with you, what is your research interest, in what way do you want to collaborate with Amsterdam Museum, and then we can see if we can find a mutually beneficial way. In that sense, a little bit of co-creation, like how can we create research projects or educational projects that in that sense, benefit us both, that can be interesting for both parties. So there won't be like a specific like application process, like with a formal board and everything. It's in that sense more informal. The research center, the formal part of it is that we're organizing it now. So rather than everything happening more ad hoc and everything happening, on a personal basis, that we're now organized it centrally, that will be coordinated by me. So I, in that sense, always know who's doing what kind of research with whom. Also, if I know this person is doing that kind of research, hey, this person is doing that, so I can connect them in a way that usually, we often still within universities stay within more or less still our disciplines. In that sense, it's more easy to connect people outside of the boundaries that they're normally used to. So that's the formal part of it, but there's no formal application process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Bart, here in the front.
First of all, congratulations. It makes me, as a Centraal Museum member, a bit jealous. So we could suggest a CM Research Center, but that's maybe for later. I'm curious how many people are involved. Is it like that you only kind of tie together everything that is doing research, or do you get like extra people to make this happen?
No, we don't. Do you mind if I answer?
I don't mind.
We don't get any extra people in that sense because there's already a lot of people within the Amsterdam Museum that are doing research. What we're doing is basically we pick specific themes the way that we do it with the journal as well. For the next couple of years, it will be specifically about Amsterdam streetwear and humans and nature and how they cohabit and exist in a city. And we basically organize then research projects and meetings and expert meetings around that, and see then how we can collaborate in that sense. And like I said, in a way that's mutually beneficial. But it's not that we were opening specific positions for it. In fact, I don't really want to do that because in that sense, you really close it off already more where you create a profile, I create a specific position that makes it less open and voluntary in that sense. So we have a basis within the museum, but in that sense, the themes are the center and we don't create specific positions on discipline, for example.
Clear, thank you.
Perfect. One more question, if there's one more question. In which case, I will exit the stage. Of course, you can always ask me a question during our reception or when we come back to close off the conference. But for now, I will leave you with Tom van der Molen as the technical moderator that will lead us into the afternoon program. Thank you.
Thank you. In our afternoon program, we will have 3 examples of how research and educational collaboration already takes place between the Amsterdam Museum and different partners. You see the speakers here, and at the end of the afternoon we will introduce one of the main projects for the museum for the coming years, developing the new museum. We will reopen in the Burgerweeshuis, the civic orphanage, in 2029, we hope. And much of the research we are doing, of course, will have its place in that new museum as well. Many of our research questions derive from challenges we encounter for that ambitious undertaking we are doing right now. You will hear about that at the end of the afternoon. And between these wonderful speakers, we have 3 more research interventions by colleagues Judith van Gent, Norbert Middelkoop, and Martijn Janssens. But now I want to welcome to the stage Jeroen Lutters. He is a professor of art education as critical tactics at Artes University of the Arts. He published extensively in the field of art and learning. Publications include Creative Theories of Just About Everything, In the Shadow of the Artwork, Art-Based Learning in Practice, No University, A Creative Turn in Higher Education, and The Trade of the Teacher, Visual Thinking with Mieke Bal. Within Artes, Lutters works with students, lecturers, artists, researchers, and social partners on projects that unite art, education, and research. He leads the research initiative Art-Based Learning in Palliative Care in collaboration with the University of Amsterdam, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, University of Twente, Radboud University, and several museums, including the Amsterdam Museum. Welcome, Jeroen.
Hello. Yeah, I was asked to share some thoughts about what we are doing in connection to art-based learning in palliative care within the context of this new research center we have here. First of all, also my congratulations for starting this research center and also being part of this important initiative, because when I thought about what is in fact the act of research, I think, like many of you know, what is a very important facet when you work on research, in fact, it's endurance. It is working slowly. For me, that is one of the most important things in doing research, is always having time, creating time to think about things, to test about things, to learn about things, to read about things, to view things. Take this time, create this inside laboratory, in fact, to do so. And when this institute said we want to be a research center too, they create a kind of free space. They create a kind of space in which you are allowed not to dwell around in the usual stuff of every day only, but you create a time space in which you can work. And because research, as I know more than anybody else, I think, or a lot of people here, it takes so much time to make something beautiful out of it, just like making a work of art costs a lot of time to work. And you don't work on one book, but you work on an oeuvre, in fact. So I say always, my last book is my starting point for my next book. Where I failed in my last book, I work on in my next book. And this is what the mode of research, in fact, asks from us. So getting to our story, art-based learning in palliative care. In fact, for me, it started somewhere in 2000 already. Yeah, I'm quite old, I think. When I first became very much interested in that, in the tradition of Roland Barthes, the death of the author, the artwork itself has something to say to us. It's a kind of speaking object, and you can relate as a spectator in a receptive and creative mode to the work of art. There it started, somewhere about 2000 for me, and I started writing about it. I started to get some collaborations about it, for example, here with the Amsterdam School of Cultural Analysis. And this led to that I did my dissertation here with Mieke Bal, and we collaborated a lot in what is the artwork and how can the artwork work. And in fact, out of that, we created this method called art-based learning. Now, I don't suppose that anybody knows here what the method of art-based learning then connected to my work especially is, but just having a test. Are there people here who know something about it, what my work in this is? So, I have to explain something. Because art-based learning is a broad term, of course, yes, it appeals to something like, yeah, art, and you can learn something from art, but this is a specific method. And yeah, to make it quite simple, it is, as I said, the relation between the spectator and the artwork. So it's not about the artist and the artwork, it's not about the curator and the artwork, it's about the spectator and the artwork. And what I try to do in this method is how you can build up an intimate relation between the work of art and the spectator. I try to do that in 4 phases because that's a kind of also of a kind of pedagogical or didactical model that shouldn't be worked in only in educational context, but also in museal context, for example. To make these 4 steps is to make it easy. It's not rigid, but it is to make it easy. So my first thought was, when you want to build an intimate relation with a work of art, like a person, you have to start with a question. It seems simple, but it is not so simple, because there are a lot of museum directors or educators, I think, here. When you walk into the museum, most of the people ask themselves 2 questions. What does the artist mean by his work? So that's one. And the second one is, how much does it cost? That's the second one. And we all know that that is something for being there for 9 seconds or something like that and walking. To build an intimate relation, you have to engage to a work on beforehand. So what I try to do is ask yourself a question that is unrelated to the work of art, but where are you now in a kind of existential form? When you look to an artwork, don't start with what does this artwork wants to tell me, but start with the subject itself. So where am I at this moment? I'm not going too deeply in it. How do we do that exactly? But that's the starting point. We call that the moment of an urgent question. So it's not the academic question, it's your own urgent question at the moment. The second phase is that you go to the work of art. And you ask yourself, what is this artwork as a speaking object? So artworks, especially visual artworks, are silent objects. But when you, some people say, for example, I know a very good photographer, and I asked him, what makes a photographer a good photographer? And he said, you have to listen. A good photographer can listen to what he sees. And the same, in my opinion, is it with speaking objects. These visual objects are silent objects, but they tell something. And therefore, you all know the alternative principle. You have to open up for what comes from the other side. What can help in this context is that you focus on specific themes, which you can do with forms like close reading and choosing a point of entrance for yourself. Now, we try to learn that also in art-based learning. So the second phase is listen to the speaking object, forget your initial question. Then we come to the third phase in this process, and we call it getting into a possible world. A work of art is in fact a starting point for your own imagination. And you can see it, for example, like when you read a book like Alice in Wonderland, she goes into the hole after a rabbit. It's the same you can do, in fact, with a work of art. You can step into the work of art. On that moment, you recreate the work of art from a two-dimensional field into a three-dimensional field in which you can walk, in fact, be. It's what you all know, of course, this famous sentence of Coleridge, what fiction, in fact, is, the willing suspension of disbelief. Just believe for a moment that what you see is not imagination, but it's a true world. So you can step in it. It's also the famous story of Oscar Wilde of what is in fact art. It is the decay of lying, trying to lie for a moment. We are allowed as artists to lie, in fact, for a moment, to live in a lying world, because it's not a true world, it is a lying world. And you can step into this picture and be for a moment in this world. Then, for example, like people like Christopher Bollas did a lot of research in that. Being in that world, you can learn. Because it's just like walking into Narnia, or it is like going with Wendy out of the window and being with the pirates. You can learn in a world that is not usual. So that's this third step, that people start to walk into a kind of possible world. And that's beyond the work of art, because then also reception becomes creation. This is not actually anymore the speaking object telling you something, which is still connected to the artist, but now in a possible world, you as a spectator become an artist, because you are now creating a new possible world within this world. In the end, the fourth principle is the principle of meaning making, of storytelling. It is like, now you made this turn, you made this intimate connection with this work of art, you had this connection with going inside yourself and have your subjective thoughts, you have this connection in listening to the speaking object, what it has to tell you, you stepped into this possible world in creating new things, and now you reflect on what happened actually. And what we see then is that people can reconnect this and rewrite the story, what they saw, and get answers by getting into dialogue with the work of art from their initial story. Now to make it practical and to go to palliative care. It's somewhere in, I think, it was before that, 2018, getting back to how slow research goes. I did my dissertation, we worked with a lot of projects, and then we were phoned by the Amsterdam hospital here, the UMC. Like, we are interested in working with art and within the oncology department. People are dying, and what we see when people get into a kind of palliative state, this isn't a terminal state. A palliative state can endure for 20 years or 30 years sometimes. But we see that people make a change in habits. And what happens with people who get into a palliative state is that things like career or what will we do in the future and all these kinds of things are re-evaluated. And what becomes important often is now meaning making. What is the sense of my life? What is important for me and what is not important? My grandchildren are important, or a thing that I ever wanted to do and didn't do. So people start to think about really fundamental questions in their life and rewrite their life story. In this, they had sensed, because here the UMC has a great museum collections, one of the biggest in the Netherlands, they sense that artworks can help to do this process of meaning making. But what they didn't have was a method to use and, in fact, to create knowledge about it. What helps and what helps not? How can we create tools about this? And so they ask us with this method, can you help us in doing so? Now, we requested then subsidy. That's also quite a time before you have that. We started with a minor grant in which we could create also a community of people who were interested in this, 4 universities, as you said, 3 musea. We therefore, for the start of question articulation and of making a consortium, we already had quite a subsidy. So this was a research already. A lot of people think we first have to do all this stuff and then have our subsidy. No, this was already research to do so. Now, this was this first stage, and because of we did this good, it was much easier to get the next subsidy, which was $1 million track. So we could do a deeper research, and we started with that in 2022, and we are now 2.5 years ahead and doing this till 2027 with a huge consortium and with artists in it, with researchers in it, with the Amsterdam Museum in it, with the University of Amsterdam, for example, in it. And we already see that we make progress in trying to help patients and professionals in what you can do with artworks. Now, last but not least, because I don't know how many time I still have left. I have some time left, I think. And then we can have some questions where I have to deepen, sort out things that were maybe not clear enough. But where did we come to this moment? So we wanted to do this research also in co-creation with patients and professionals. And I don't have to go too deep in that, but we saw that this was an opportunity to do so, but also a problem. And there I also have a question to you. Because like most research nowadays, you want to do this in co-creation with the persons who are, in fact, obtaining the gains of the research. So in our case, the patients and the professionals. But what we saw is that people in palliative care, and I know people in palliative care also in my own inner circle, they aren't that interested in becoming a kind of co-researcher. They are interested in the method, consuming it for their purpose. Yeah, and I don't mean that to bagatelize or something like, but they have no time to become researchers. They don't have the idea that that is the fulfillment of their dreams at this moment, to become a researcher. They don't want to attribute to becoming an ambassador for us, for example, because career is not anymore their main target. So co-creation means a kind of investment also in things that not are really related immediately to yourself, because it's a process of slow working then. What I said, research is slow working. But they don't feel that this slow working is that much under track at this moment. So we try to get into this, how to co-create with these people. Now I can say we do that by interviewing, of course, and then it's giving attention to each other, and that's also a kind of form of co-creation. But still, we have the feeling that there is a kind of problem in that there is a real co-creation as co-researchers in this process. Now, we have some ideas of it, but my question mainly to people here is, do you recognize this when you go into forms of co-creation, which is an additional aspect of the people you work with, that it can also lead to problems? And I try to get some idea of, are there people here who had this thing and can give some guidelines in this? So that's my question to you. I see there already somebody.
Hi. I'm Dorian de Rijk. I'm an artist and I make monsters. And we do co-creative projects in neighborhoods. And the thing is, like, I'm there and I'm like, yeah, we're doing this lab together. We're going to da-da-da. But people actually just want to do something and they're there and they don't really care about the research part that much. Like the co-creation is something that I am into, but they're like, how do you mean research together? You don't know what we're doing? Like, and what has helped so far is to make very concrete steps. So like, this is the experiment, and then what works, what doesn't work, what can we do better? And then also actively show how to implement it. And to, at every session, make sure that there's an outcome, like preferably a physical outcome that people can take with them, and one that goes into the research so that you can actually see what's done with it. That's been my experience, but I recognize the problem so much on like being enthusiastic about co-creation and then working with people who are like, yeah, cool for you. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, because I recognize what you say. The initial question in our case is that people say, I'm connected to the question of dying. I'm not connecting to the question of, and I thought you give me here the space to talk and think about the process of dying and not about the additional process of what it means to do research on a process of dying. And of course, there is a kind of connection between that, but
So I completely recognize what you're saying, not only in the co-creation in terms of the project that we'll be talking on very shortly, but also in another project in which I'm engaged where we are looking at the co-creation of the curriculum with students, right? And so this is a very different context where students are, of course, very future-oriented and they want to contribute to programs, etc. And I nevertheless, with other researchers on co-creation, also I gave a talk recently and a researcher did the very same thing you were doing, like asking, like, how do we motivate these people to care about the notion of co-creation? And I, gave some practical examples, right? Motivate them in terms of providing it exactly like Dorian said, what this idea of offering them something. But also, I think it requires a little bit of a rethinking around the extractive nature of research, right? So thinking about when we interact in terms of co-creation, we use a framework called students as partners, thinking of the students as literally at the same level as we are, and this orients us towards thinking of their contributions as equal to ours, right? So if we think about, in this case, palliative care experiencers, right, folks who are engaged in the beautiful process of dying, we have to think about this as equally meaningful to what we're trying to do on this plane. Right? So if we're thinking about their death as equal to our life, then that construct already orients us towards, a new way of...
And how do you, because how do you solve the problem that, for example, the context wherein we work, exactly that what you say is what we try to do. On the other hand, we have very fierce academic standards.
Right. Very familiar with that as well.
Very fierce, and especially because now I'm coming from the arts and the humanities corner, and I'm now also in the medical corner.
Yeah.
And for example, we have 2 PhDers in the medical corner, and to do a PhD within medicine is completely different from the arts. Every freedom is gone. You work as a team effort, that's great, but it's highly specialized, it's highly empirical, it's highly academic. And exactly this, what you mean, is redefining what research is and how research can be opgerekt. How do you call that? Expands to a kind of field that we all do, in fact, in which is a usual and natural course of situation. Do you have solutions in how to connect both of these?
So I've worked with, I used to be in health communication a long time ago, and I worked with medical professionals and medical researchers, and telling them that their orientation is probably not the best way is not going to get you the right answers. So what I would suggest is thinking about their aims and goals, right? So it might be dissertating, it might be defending, and thinking about the way that this orientation can serve that process, right? So if, for example, a PhD student is interested in presenting a very new and innovative way of thinking, then you might provide that way of thinking. You might say, oh, this can go into a publication. This might be methodologically rigorous. This might be a way that you can speak back to some of the forces that you're trying to negotiate. That might be one way. So I also have a lot of ideas.
And to make one last critical step in this, because I recognize a lot of the things that you said, but just to go, because we really are up to something. These are all techniques from my side to get them in.
Yes.
But I'm curious about the other side. How can co-creation become something that we connect to what's it all about? This oncology patient who is in palliative care, but maybe to open it up for the rest.
Other people want to talk. I don't want to take the mic too much.
Make it sense. Are we still there in this matter of co-creation?
Yeah. My name is Vanessa from Amsterdam. To follow up on the last speaker, it's just a very small practical step that we use when we do co-creations at Amsterdam Museum, is we start from the question, what do you need from us? And I think that that is a question we often overlook. Because it's all about creating space for your co-creating parties, the patients or the artists or whatever the participants with whom you work, is to because as researchers or also as museum professionals, we often start from our own needs and our own concepts and our own methods. So to take one step back and first create space to talk about the needs of the other, I think it can be a helpful step.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm going to say probably doesn't connect to the context of palliative care, but I was, actually we were talking about, I have a little bit of an allergy for the term co-creation because I find it's overused, and I've been starting now today thinking about negotiated creation as a way to sort of kind of sum up of what is happening in these collaborative processes. But what Vanessa was saying, I think it's also part of responsibility on everyone to also speculate what could this be used for someone. So when you're bringing people in, and what do you need from us? You know, there are power relations. Normally people feel like, I find it interesting. I just want to be a part of something. But then to actually think about, I've brought someone in here. What can they actively sort of take out? So if I'm working with another artist, I realize, you're not really fully feeling the direction this is going. Can we take some of this work and you're able to actually take it out of the project and do a spin-off project, right? Like figuring out the way that that the materials that are technically shared can also be reappropriated by different people in the collaboration.
So when I understand you right, you can see the articulation of the problem of co-creation, see as a kind of revenue of your research, and making a spin-off in a kind of research in what is co-creation about, for example. Do I understand you right? Then?
But I just
it's
think
a kind
that
of staying with the trouble theory. That yeah, I like that. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, as a revenue, because there is, especially within, and I like very much the medical context. So don't understand me wrong. It is we learn really a lot in the connection between arts and humanities and medical fields. But it's also this, it's also a kind of, disconnection between a kind of neo-positivistic way of thinking in research, which is very the medical substance. You know, we all want this pill against cancer. And in fact, this is underneath every story. And within arts and humanities, we are very much like, just wait a moment. We're interested in where it doesn't work. And this interconnection is also in the field of co-creation. And then we have this third party, the patient, where the human side is always, when I think about this, in talking with you, what is so interesting about a patient at any moment, it's not about research, it's not about the arts, it's about the human factor. It's always about the human. It is about, do you care about me? Does this research in the end relate to me? Or is it research for research? Or is it art for art? What does it do with me? And so you bring me to a new field of thought, in fact, that in fact this people we meet are, especially on this border between life and death, don't manipulate anymore this question. Say, in the end, it's not about research. And everybody knows having a father or a mother or a sister or a daughter or whatever, that way you come to this border, you can't marginalize anymore. It's about the human factor here. And that is what we meet, in fact, I think. And this makes co-creation so problematic when we focus on try to be a researcher with us or try to be an artist with us. Because they, in fact, ask us, try to be a human with me. Mm. Thank you for this insight.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jeroen, for this wonderful lecture. And I would like to welcome Judith van Gent, my colleague, who will tell us something completely different.
Okay. Is this the thing which I can use? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm so proud of. I'm very proud. Yeah. But I will tell you the next 5 minutes about the research on one of our paintings. Oh, I have to do this myself, of course. Yes. Is it clearly visible? Okay. This portrait of the High Commissioners of the Walloons from 1674 in the collection of the Amsterdam Museum. And the painting is attributed to Vallerand Vaillant, and it's since the middle of the 19th century in our collection. These men supervised the management of the ports, wharves, and cranes of Amsterdam. They were part of the city administration and played a crucial role in the trade and infrastructure. The group portrait follows the traditional composition of the Amsterdam Regent's paintings from the 16th century, 4 men around the table doing administration. The portrait is in the background. Through the window you see the harbor, and it's located in the Schreierstoren. At the end of November last year, this painting made the front page of the Telegraaf. Standing in front of the painting, there are the conservator Lisbeth Abraham, the Amsterdam tattoo artist Henk Schiefmacher, and me. Radiant discovery, it says, and this radiant discovery concerned the finding of a tattoo on this painting. Let's see what it is. Yes, there it is. While checking the condition of this painting, Lisbeth Abraham noticed a tattoo on the inside of the left wrist of one of the men. She noted that the mark was originally on the painting. We invited Henk Schiefmacher to visit our depot to examine the tattoo with us. He has extensive knowledge of the history of tattoos and has a large collection of tattoos and literature on the subject. He had never seen such an early West European tattoo before. What led a wealthy merchant to get a tattoo on his wrist? What does the tattoo actually represent? And why is it so clearly visible in the center of this group portrait? These are the questions we have been researching over the past few months, and this is really a fast research until now, because we are nowhere near done. It's in the middle of the group portrait. Tattoos have been around since prehistoric times. The mummy of Ötzi has many tattoos, and it was a tradition with several indigenous peoples all over the world. In the Old Testament book Leviticus, body decoration is mentioned, and it was forbidden. In Western Europe, the Christian church took therefore a negative view on body decoration. So for the citizens of 17th century Amsterdam, tattoos were not done. But this man shows his tattoo, and he pushed his cuff up a little to show it off even better. Since the Middle Ages, and strange enough, contrary to the prohibition in the Bible, pilgrims to the Holy Land had themselves tattooed in Jerusalem as proof that they were there. There are 3 known examples of tattoo pilgrims from the 17th century. On the left is a Frenchman who was there in 1684. In the middle, a Danish ambassador in Germany. And here on the right, there is a man from Gorkum who was there in the 50s. And we don't have a better picture of this, but on his right wrist, there is a tattoo of the Holy Cross. Okay. Thanks to the mention in Jan Wagenaar's History of Amsterdam, the names of the men portrayed are known, but it's not entirely clear which name belongs to which man. Based on the research of my colleague Norbert Middelkoop, who analyzed the compositions of the known group Amsterdam Portraits, the man with a tattoo can be identified as Wessel Smits. Yeah, here he is. Wessel Smits was a wealthy merchant born around 1618 in Amsterdam. He grew up in an intellectual and literary circles. As the other portrait men, he was a true Reformed man. He was not a Catholic at all. What does the tattoo represent? Is it a flower, compass rose, or perhaps an 8-pointed star with a tail, a comet? And that we think that it is. In the 17th century, a comet was visible in Western Europe on several occasions. A comet in 1918 was visible for 3 months. 1918, of course, 1618 was visible for 3 months. At that time, there was a lot of tension, disputes about religion and politics. Many people thought that a bright comet was a sign of God's wrath and that the end of the world might be near. Wessel Smit was born during this period. Could this tattoo be related to his birth? This is, of course, a romantic hypothesis that requires a great deal of research. But unlike, for example, Halley's comet, the comet of 1618 had a straight tail, like the tattoo in the painting. Here are some examples for it. Lisbeth and I wrote an article about the discovery in the December issue of the magazine Ons Amsterdam, in which we asked for help with this research. The article received, as you saw, quite a bit of national publicity. We received many reactions of all kinds. There were suggestions for a different man, different interpretations of the image, and also this one, which I think this is the most nice thing. This is a reference, this is a painting of a family from Goes in Zeeland, and on the blade of the knife next to the silver mark there is a little image of something that looks very much, I don't think you see it, but it looks very much like our comet. Is this another piece of the puzzle? Okay, at April the 2nd this year, we will organize an expert meeting to discuss the research questions with other researchers. Questions about the identification of the man, the comet, the attribution, the tattoo. If you would like to attend this, please email us, of course. And the painting will be on display at Huis Willet Holthuizen until May 1st. So I think it's a little longer than 5 minutes, but okay, that's it.
Thank you, Judith. That deserves a bit more than 5 minutes, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Next, I would like to welcome to the stage again Gio Hernandez. You already met him this morning, but for people who joined us after lunch, GL researches diversity in organizations and intercultural communication, focusing on critical approaches to addressing global inequalities. His research spans higher education, museums, and corporations. He teaches intercultural communication and leadership courses. He will next host a panel on the research project Cultural Co-Creation, Building Communities Through Collective Engagement, which aims to enhance the role of museums in their communities by exploring how these institutions can better engage with diverse audiences. Recognizing the growing need for inclusivity and representation within cultural spaces, the project focuses on co-creation, a collaborative process where museums work alongside community members to shape exhibitions and programs. Perhaps we need another word, but here it's still co-creation. Among the institutes participating in the project are the Amsterdam Museum, but also Museum Rotterdam and Centraal Museum in Utrecht. Joining GL in the panel are the directors of the latter two museums. I'd also like to welcome to the stage Leontien Meijer van Mensch. She has been the director of Museum Rotterdam since 2024, after previous positions in museums in Germany and as a teacher at the Amsterdam Rijnwaard Academy. Bart Rutte has been the director of the Centraal Museum since 2017. Before that, he worked at the Stedelijk Museum Amsterdam as a curator and as head of collections. I welcome you to the stage and enjoy.
Gezellig hoor.
Yes, can I be heard? Wonderful. Okay, so thank you so much again for letting me to take this space on stage, as well sharing with the consortium partners for this really interesting project. As mentioned, it's entitled Co-Creating Creative Connections, Building Communities Through Collective Engagement. Now, essentially, I'm not going to take too long because I'd like to get to the real meat of the discussion, but what's going to take place is we're going to briefly introduce what we're about, what's going on. I'll talk about the project for a very short amount of time, and then the directors will talk about their respective orientations towards co-creation through an institutional perspective, and then we're going to have, a very sort of in-depth conversation about what co-creation might look like for us. So very briefly, as outputs, we're talking about research and rigor and all of these things. For this project, it is funded by a subsidiary of the Dutch Research Council. CIRAC is the name of the funding body. And essentially what we promised in the proposal was an opportunity for the organizations to come together and have an event like this, as well as a research output. And so I'll talk a little bit about the research output. Essentially, we gained input from various research professionals as well as museum professionals at the CAMOC COMCOL conference of 2024. And essentially what I did was I distilled sort of the findings from that input to identify 3 themes within co-creation. Those were museums are not neutral, fun fact. Emotional connections are important in terms of establishing hierarchy and perhaps giving up power. That was another theme. And then the third theme was the notion that time is really important in terms of maintaining sustainable and equitable relationships. So it's a brief overview of what that project is going to look like, and I wanted to use that to kind of contextualize what we're going to be talking about. But now I'd like for Bart to talk a little bit about his organization's orientation towards co-creation.
I start with a very simple diagram, but I think it's quite meaningful. I also have another diagram which is placing as a circle audience, because it can be on both sides of this diagram. Most importantly, I think co-creation, however, I really agree with the gentleman with the green sweater that it's a very complicated and overused word. And I try to explain that with a few quick examples of what we did in the Centraal Museum, which is the oldest city museum in the Netherlands, but it's also a little bit Rijksmuseum and it's also a little bit Stedelijk Museum, to position it somewhere. This is a project we made together with the agency DAR about Moroccan fashion. And what is maybe also nice to tell, because we are always silent about that as museums, this was made for 1,000 square meters and had a budget of 600,000 plus. So that's a different kind of co-creation if you compare that to other projects. I promise to keep this in 3 minutes, so we go really, really quick. We have the second story, kind of the floor where we always invite people from outside the organization to reflect on our collection. In our business plan, meerjarenbeleidsplan, something you always write for your subsidy parties, in our case the city of Utrecht, we promised that we do every show on the second story in co-creation with another party. And that can be an artist, it can be a collective, it can be multiple perspectives. To give you a very beautiful example, even though the image changed a little bit, I see with the source of the Amsterdam Research Center. If you look at the right-hand corner, you see a very famous painting from our collection, which is by Moesman. It's of a naked body with a very present penis. And it was put by a female artist who's very critical on the display of female bodies in art as a pole dancer in the corner of the space. And that is something that a curator would never do, I think. But we needed an artist like Pauline to really take care of that. So we jumped to Anna Agathe Jensen, famous for this chair. And she also kind of reinvented the way we could combine certain sections of our collection, especially in the tradition of the stelkamers, a very strong tradition in the Utrecht Museum, to kind of create different interpretations, but also a very direct way of talking to your audiences. And after Jeroen, I'm still thinking about the similarities between audience and patience, but that's maybe for later. This was quite stunning, and I think we are in need for a way to measure impact. That is also announced by this research center. I think the Centraal Museum happily would join with our insights on that regard, how we measure impact we make. This was made with the Kreukel Collective, a very outspoken collective on putting handicap, and they call it handicap themselves, in the center of the eye. And I've never seen so many wheelchairs in the museum as during this exhibition. And then we jump quickly to a brilliant presentation by the artist Willem de Rooij, who reused the works, there was actually a beautiful loan from the Amsterdam Museum in this presentation, of Dirk Valkenburg, to look at how the gaze, the gaze of the Europeans in that time was broader than just appropriating stuff from Suriname. And that brings me to the Stadsredactie, a very active group with members of parts of Utrecht that not necessarily find their way easy to the museum. We invite continuously to reflect with us on the subject matters we bring, on the artists we select, but also on the language we use. And they have their own space in the museum called the Stadskolom. And then I go back to the beginning. The Moda exhibition, made with a budget of more than 600,000. This has probably a budget of about 10,000. This attracts destination audience just a few hundred. An exhibition like Moda had 65,000 visitors. So also, if you talk about co-creation, in what sense do you include all the other aspects of running a museum properly? I think that will be the introduction. Am I in 3 minutes?
You're fine. Okay. So now, if you can hit the yes. I'd like to invite Leontine to also reflect on her orientation, her organization's orientation towards co-creation.
I don't have a PowerPoint with me. And I don't have a PowerPoint with me because Museum Rotterdam is starting from anew, you could say, not completely, but you could say we are reinventing ourselves anew. So I don't have so much material yet, but it's also because, and I don't mean that personally towards you, but the PowerPointology and the discourse that we are using, I'm fed up with it. And I don't know if I now am dropping a bomb into a whole conference, but maybe, you know, somebody has to do it. So why not somebody from Rotterdam doing it in Amsterdam? And it's fun. And now I'm a bit the patient, not the patient as the museum visitor, but as the museum director, rethinking the museum and rethinking the museum as what is the relevancy of a city museum in a city like Rotterdam, and how can negotiated practice help us in the way our governance works. So I'm now rethinking of what does a new governance structure really mean, and how far can I push it in order that my RVT, I don't know the English word for that, the board of trustees still go with me, let alone the city of Rotterdam. And how brainy, intellectual can I be as a museological nerd in a city of makers, as Rotterdam is the city with the highest percentage of practically skilled people. And lots of them feel extremely excluded from what the museum and museum practice is, let alone participatory practice. We don't want to see that. We want to see experts showing us beautiful things. And that sort of gives me the opportunity, and therefore the museum, hopefully to go beyond the jargon, to go beyond the discursiveness. And I know that I've contributed to it very intensively. And I'm looking at so many texts, and I thought, what did you do? What did you write? And that to really sort of deconstruct the notion of what a city museum can be, and then building it anew can and should be in itself a participatory co-creational practice with the people that in some way or the other feel related to Rotterdam because they live there, or because they have a sense of urgency or implicatedness. That was maybe 3 minutes.
Perfect. So I'm hearing a number of really interesting tensions, and as a communication scholar, I love tension, I love conflict. So this idea of a tension, for example, between discursiveness and material impact, the idea of, for example, revenue versus visitor numbers, the idea of, you know, more established practices versus emergent practices is something that I think is really fascinating to get into. So I want to talk also about very material practices, or very, let's say, pragmatic practices regarding tension. So I think, for example, you know, co-creation shifts authority from the institution to a shared space, right? We talked about this tension between, for example, makers and thinkers. Could both of you share a specific time when community input genuinely changed a core aspect of a project in your spaces that your own team, for example, may have initially disagreed with?
Well, the two shows I mentioned on the second story had both quite an impact. The one with the Kreukel Collective in regard, because I think we have a handicapped building. The Centraal Museum is extremely complicated for people in a wheelchair. And I think it created an enormous awareness of our lack of opportunities to facilitate that in the best possible way. But also it really enhanced the discourse internally about how you scan your potential audience in a more in-depth, all-human approach. And then on the contrary, that was the show after, was Dirk Valkenburg by Willem de Rooij, which was heavily funded, I must say that, which also had a huge positive impact, to put it in that word, in the international press. It had more reviews than the big show in the main stage. That, I think, stretched very much this idea of how to deal with post-colonial readings of your collection through the eyes of a conceptual white male artist. Because already on the moment we published about this project, we had online so many like comments like, can an artist like Willem de Rooij pull out a project like that? And we always said yes, because it's a shared history. It's a shared history between the Dutch and the people from Suriname. So we should definitely discuss this from different angles. And what was quite beautiful, I think, that in the way he works as an artist, he's actually a co-working artist since the death of his partner. They were always de Rijke and de Rooij. After the death of Jeroen de Rijke, he decided that he didn't want to continue his practice without collaboration, and only the partner shifts more rapidly. I think in that sense it really, really made an impact internally on how we think about also avoiding certain forms of stereotypes in trying to do the good, to put it that way.
Beautiful. I've been thinking about answering your question, and I don't want to go too much into a case study, especially because in Rotterdam I haven't had so many case studies yet. So I could tell you now wonderful projects that we are steering up, and it hasn't become difficult yet, and I know it will. So after sort of looking back to so many participatory projects I did from different perspectives, I am now very much aware and so certain, and maybe also relaxed about the fact that it will be a very conflictuous process. You know, hell will break loose. And at first I was so enormously afraid by that, for the team, for the group that was participating, the funding, the press, etc., etc. And throughout the years, I realized one basic thing that I'm now always doing is to get a mediation immediately in the process. Because, as you said, rightfully so, it's all about people and it's all about emotions. And we are not skilled, at least we're not that skilled yet to be doing that professionally. And when you would have had this, when I would have had the skills, I would have been implicated as well as being part of that stakeholders. And that helped a lot. So when I was joining Rotterdam, I sort of also said, let's do that and always have those moments for us as a team, but also with the larger group involved. And I think at first they thought, what the hell is she talking about? But now people are more and more embracing it. So I could definitely recommend that, and that it helps our profession to acknowledge that we make mistakes and that we have to talk about these mistakes, because that is something that we always talk about good practices. I would love to have more conference like this where we talk about things that did not, that completely went down the drain, but we're still standing, right? So yeah, that mediation and that is something that is needed in our every professional toolbox of people doing this kind of work.
Yes. So it's so fascinating. You preempted a little bit this next question that I have around emotion. So as I mentioned earlier, this idea of emotions within the hierarchy plays a huge role, right? How do we feel as emotional beings in the face of conflicts and tensions that result in things going down the drain and things not working out? And so I'm wondering if you might maybe speak to a specific challenge that you might face within your own institutions, and how do you navigate those emotional tensions?
Shall I start, and then you can think about it? There again, patterns. And those patterns, I think we again and again thoroughly try to deconstruct, and we're still talking about sort of overcoming those patterns. And one of the things is the hierarchies, the spoken hierarchies in institutions, related to, are you a curator or something less? Related to that is, of course, how much does everybody get paid, which is a hierarchy in itself as well. Although I know the curatorial has changed, and the profile of the curatorial, I now find this very stiffiness in also concepts of what museum professionalism should be, because I was curious that you said, yeah, and then researchers can come and go to the storage, and you can look at the storage and in the objects in the storage and think, I'm curious to know what the collection manager thought about this. So that has shifted, right? The curatorial people are much more educational, and they're, goofy and much more communicative, and they know that the world outside needs to be embraced, because otherwise we don't get money anymore. But now it's the collection manager, and like, please wear these white hand gloves, and why are you even annoying me? So then the hierarchy has sort of shifted from who is closest to the object and who can negotiate the best from the object. And what we are trying to do, or what I try to do in the City Museum of Rotterdam, is to be a relational museum, so a relational network museum, slightly different than your approach. And one difference is not what can we do for you, but more, or what do you need from us, but more like, what do you need that we can help you with? And maybe it's with us, and maybe it's with somebody else, so much more relational also in the city. And if you really think that through, then the us within the museum, whether they're very close to the object or not, and the us outside the museum, they're much more hierarchical. So I constantly say to all my colleagues, especially to the people working in the storage, like, this collection is from the city of Rotterdam. Every Rotterdammer is owner, and I can of course bring a lot of ethnological decolonial context and practice with me, because we have been doing that in ethnological museums quite intensively. And that helps, sort of like this mantra every beginning of the week, that destabilizes hierarchies, because the new hierarchy is the one sitting closest to the object and not letting go. But maybe you have different experiences.
I think emotion and hierarchy is mostly centered around money. Sorry, it's in the end with co-creation, there's always a bigger need for money than there is in the pocket. So that is what you have to navigate the whole time. And then the structure of, okay, what we write in our meerjarenbeleidsplan, in our business plan, is that we use our collection, but also our expertise, because that is something that sometimes I think slips out of perspective. People went to the Rijnwaard Academy, or people studied art history, so they also have quite some knowledge. And how can we kind of bring that together, that we consider our knowledge as museum people as the tools for the people we invite to collaborate with us. But in the end, our structure for exhibition making is a bit different. We have like a project team without too much hierarchy, I think. However, on the moment we have to decide on, are we going to put this money in this loan because the partner wants this work to come from Houston, or are we going to put this money in a new pamphlet for the audience or whatever. We have to make choices the whole time, and I think that is always the most painful moment, to say no to certain wishes. And I think their hierarchy in the end, especially by me as a director, is most visible. So we try to navigate, but again, with our lived experience as museum people, because what I think is a counterside of co-creating sometimes, that it sometimes is brought as suspicious almost to the people who are sitting every day in the system of the museum. You know, it should not be about suspicion that the people are not doing it right, but it should be about how can we make, in true collaboration, the best out of both worlds. Because we know how it works when you don't make a show for 10 people, but for 2,000 people. We know where you have to keep your eye on the routing. And we know what works in marketing. So I think that is one of the core questions in the end in co-creating, is how do we dispense this hierarchy? Where do you let people really at the steering wheel, and where do you have to correct? Otherwise, the boat will crash. My museum is really depending on selling tickets. If my visiting number drops under 400,000, I lose money on the cafe, I lose money on the shop, because there are people working there, and we're not going to fire them. So there is still also, even though we believe a museum is a very idealized world that tries to build a better place for all of us, there is a very harsh economic reality too. And yeah, bringing that together is, I think, quite interesting.
So I don't want to cut this, fascinating conversation short, but we are, I believe, running out of it. We have about 3 minutes left. So there you go. So Leontine, you wanted to add something to this point.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, and it's something that we never talk about, because you don't talk about money, because it's not decent. Co-creation is also not a religion. And I don't feel myself the rabbi telling the truth it doesn't bring us closer to heaven, but maybe it is a solution to being a bit more meaningful. I think that is also something that became more and more annoying for me. But we do need to write lots and lots of applications where we do lots and lots of co-creative work in order to get lots and lots of project money. And then the money stops. So how can you make that more sustainable? And that it is really a more sustainable thing within your organization. And there, I think we really need to rethink our governance structure and go away from something that I think is a terrible disease, projectitis.
So with that being said, I think these are really interesting touch points for a hopeful further conversation. For just to put a little bit of a synthesis in the air of this, what I do hear also in terms of thinking through this project is that there does need, again, this sense of relationality. We need to be able to think about, both of us, all three of us, right? We mentioned us. Who is this us? Who are we? And who are they, right? Who are the people that we're trying, that we're responsible for? Are they the workers at the cafe? Are they the community at large? Are they the Rotterdammers, right? So to be able to think about these things and to be able to think about the relations and re-engage with these tensions is a key aspect of this heuristic of co-creation, right? It's an imperfect tool. It is a way of getting us towards something, but at the end of the day, we would like to, of course, be responsible to various communities. So I think that's a good place to end.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I would like to welcome my colleague, curator Norbert Middelkoop, to the stage. And while he is walking here, I can tell you that he is, among all other kinds of things, working on a cityscape from the 17th century exhibition, together with the Amsterdam City Archives. We'll have a quick look onto the city of Amsterdam in the 17th century now in this research intervention. Norbert.
Thank you, Tom. There we are. There we are. Oh, wacht even. Beter. So my talk is a fast presentation of research on an object from our own collection, prompted by a forthcoming exhibition. We are looking at an early view of Amsterdam by Hendrik Vroom, and we see Amsterdam from across the IJ, from the east, the side from which in the 17th century you approached the city by ship across the Zuiderzee, as most of you will know. The horizon is slightly above the center, right at the level of the crow's nest of the depicted merchant ships, with which the painter wants to suggest that we, as viewers, also find ourselves in the mast of an incoming ship. It is, however, an unusual view to depict the city's skyline, because in the 17th century, this one became popular. The city seen from the north, from across the IJ, as also Vroom has depicted it in at least two other paintings. Vroom's view from the east would remain an exception, but as we shall see, a highly original one. Zooming in on the left part, we see the city, the skyline, as we want to know what we are really looking at. We see ships moored along the row of posts in the harbor front, here, with various tall buildings and towers above it, dominating the skyline. From right to left, de Haringpakkerstoren, de Montelbaanstoren, de Oude Kerk, de Nieuwe Kerk, de Waag, het Stadhuis, the City Hall, the old City Hall of course, and the Zuiderkerk. The latter was not completed yet, it was only completed in 1611, the church, and the tower, as you will know from the inscription on the tower, 1614. But Vroom took the liberty and depicted it as he thought it would be. He did the same, by the way, with the spires of the two towers on the right, this one and this one, which differ from those erected later. This painting might therefore date from around 1605 to 1608, based on the topographical evidence. On the left are the new bastions, part of the second enlargement of the city, which was finished in 1601. And directly on the bank is the Kaadijk here, Kaadijk. And from the city, you see the Antonisdijk here. And on the edge, maybe it's not visible anymore, is the small village of Houtewaal. On the right-hand side of the painting, we see a merchant ship adorned with a prince's flag, bearing the Amsterdam coat of arms on the foremast, and the flag of Holland on the mainmast. The shot that is fired is a salute to the ferry boat on the right, which, in addition to its cargo, is also carrying a distinguished lady sitting here. Could she be the person who commissioned this painting? We do not know, but that shot is not fired without reason, and that ferry is actually depicted in a remarkably large size. Vroom did a similar thing in a view of Haarlem, and then we had reason to recognize the man on the ship depicted there. So it's quite obvious that she must have to do with the commission, or she might have been the first owner of the painting. Behind the barge is the Volewijk headland, with the gallows field at its tip. That's currently the spot where you can visit the IJ Film Museum. Behind it is the water of the Buiksloterham, with the small church of Buiksloot. Oh, I have that. There's the gallows. There's the church of Buiksloot. And on the far left, which is in the middle of the painting, is St. Bavo's Church in Haarlem. That's a modest homage to Vroom's birthplace and place of residence. So from where did Vroom prepare his composition? Obviously not from a crow's nest. Based on this early 17th century map, it can be assumed that the painter was located at the point where the Kaardijk, which I just indicated, meets with the Diemerdijk, the star and the angle of the view. From that point, he had an unobstructed view of the city skyline with its fortifications. In the middle at the top is the headland of the Volewijk, with the little church of Buiksloot that is just inside the painting, as we have seen. But Vroom also applied a second vantage point, possibly the tower of the church of Schellingwoude on the other side of the IJ. There we are. Because only from this high viewpoint, he was able to convincingly depict both the winding Kaardijk in the sort of foreground and the landscape towards the horizon all the way to Haarlem. And the ships in the foreground of the painting function to hide these two vantage points, but also reconcile them at the same time. Returning to the painting, we see that a small boat in front of the Kaardijk and a merchant ship next to it, these two, they have just entered the scene from the left. So there is definitely water between us and the dike. Having maneuvered around the tip of the Kaardijk, the large ship has begun to lower its sails. With the prince's flag flying at the top, the crew has just caught sight of Amsterdam for the first time, just like us from our own crow's nest, an unforgettable sight. Back to the present, as this early expression of civic pride requires our attention, it needs restoration. As you can see, the retouching carried out 60 years ago has discolored significantly. These are the most obvious places. And as can be seen in the sky, there's also some wear and tear in several places, causing the canvas structure to show through the image. Fortunately, so I can assure you, the restoration of the canvas has just begun, financed by generous donations from private individuals. This is all the more gratifying because the painting has been selected for the exhibition just mentioned by Tom, Amsterdam Cityscapes of the 17th Century, which the Amsterdam Museum is co-organizing, co-creating, with the Amsterdam City Archives, and it will start at November 12. So with a little help of AI, we show you the painting as it might look by then, and I would only end with saying, come all and enjoy, among other things, Vroom's painting in its rejuvenated state. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Norbert, for this wonderful intervention. Before we sail into the last programs of this afternoon, we first set course for a short coffee break. We will continue in 15 minutes. history books, has advised various Dutch history museums and public history organizations, and functioned as a chairman of the Canon of Amsterdam Commission in 2025, last year. He is the author of various academic articles on the Dutch reception of the American tradition of public history, the work of Pierre Nora, and history on television. His historical research also focuses on urban history, memory, and sense of place. He has been collaborating with the Amsterdam Museum since 2008 with the ongoing Biography of Amsterdam project that by now nears 150 short historical films made by students of his program. Paul, please.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm honored and also a little bit ashamed to be here today. Ashamed because as the chairman of the Canon of Amsterdam, we've removed this place from the Canon, so it's a little bit strange to be here, but it's great to be here. And honored because it's very nice to be part of this launching of the Amsterdam Museum Research Center. I want to talk with you about public history, and I do that from my position that as a teacher in public history. Some 18 years ago, in September 2008, the University of Amsterdam started its MA program, Public History. Ever since, public history has developed into a very broad phenomenon, with international associations and journals, and sorry, I have a PowerPoint, conferences and academic BA and MA programs all over the world. This new popularity of public history has at the same time generated an almost continuous debate among its practitioners about its definition, its origins, its aims, and its methods. And in my talk today, I want to address some of these questions. Don't be afraid, I will not offer you an overview of all these discussions, but I want to zoom in on the practice of public history, or more specific, I want to put, let's say, I want to put spotlight on some of the work done by students. It's my conviction that their contributions reveal the importance of public history in practice, and maybe it will offer you some inspiration for new collaborations and future research topics inside this beautiful research center today launched. But first of all, allow me to elaborate a little on the origins of modern public history. At first sight, this popularity of public history can seem a little bit confusing. What, after all, is so new or special about the fact that history has a public face? At least since the 19th century, all kinds of professionals, museum curators, archivists, teachers, novelists, and journalists have been presenting historical knowledge to an audience of non-historians. And contrary to the myth of the ivory tower, academic historians have never really distanced themselves from their own times and societies. In the 1920s, the famous Dutch historian Johan Huizinga defined history as the spiritual form in which a society accounts for its past. It made history, in his eyes, an approachable discipline for outsiders. By definition, he said, it is more grounded in life than in school. And more recently, the Australian historian Ian Tyrrell came up from a different perspective with a much catchier phrase. Historians are all, in some sense, public historians, or they are intellectually dead. Public historical practices, in other words, have a long tradition. Nevertheless, it was only in the 1970s that public history emerged as an identified, self-aware field of knowledge production. Confronted with a job crisis under the newly graduated academic historians, a group of academics at the University of California in Santa Barbara asked themselves how their students could better compete on the job market. The answer was clear and simple. By redefining history from a learned discipline inside academia into a profession that could also be practiced outside the academic world. public history, they called it. And in its simplest meaning, one of those founders, Robert Kelly, wrote in the first issue of the Public Historian, public history refers to the employment of historians and the historical method outside academia. In government, private corporations, the media, historical societies and museums, even in private practice. At the time, it was a useful definition, underlining the markability of graduated historians and the applicability of the historical method as a relevant tool outside academia. But Kelly's definition is also a one-dimensional one, without much attention to the public itself. Whether the public is really waiting for all those historians with their historical method was rarely ever asked by the first generation of modern public historians. Their approach was remarkably top-down. In a classic article, the American oral historian Ronald G. Greele criticized this top-down orientation, and he referred to all the traditions of history for and with the people, including oral and local history. Greele pleaded for a more democratic kind of process of history making. By its name, he argued, public history implies a major redefinition of the role of the historian. It promises us a society in which a broad public participates in the construction of its own history. To be really public, public historians had to share their expertise and authority with the public, and this break down the wall that divided those who study the past from those who have lived it. From the outset, modern public history had this, you could say, had two different orientations. One sees history as a profession, with a leading role for a graduated public historian who, commissioned by someone else, asks critical questions about the past and shares his or her findings with a specific audience. The other sees public history rather as a social activity, as the work of many hands. In this last perspective, the focus is less on doing history and presenting its results. It rather stresses the importance of history making as a participative process, how specific communities or members of it feel connected with history and try to give meaning to the past in the present. As a consequence, public history encompasses a broad field, almost all aspects of collecting, doing, making, and presenting history in public. Recently, Thomas Gauvin graphically summarized this field in what he called his public history, a metaphor that visualizes history as a process of collection, the trunk, the roots, interpretation, the trunk, presentation, the branches, and understanding and uses of history, the leaves. And public historians are found in all the parts of this process. But what they all have in common is the notion of what you could call public services. Public historians help create historical understanding by sharing authority and inquiry with a variety of partners, audiences, museum professionals, preservationists, business leaders, and others. In doing so, public historians are forced time and again to reflect on their publicness, on public audiences, on public engagement, on public participation, and on power relations around them. Its public orientation separates public history from more traditional academic historical practices. So far, something about what public history is all about. Let's turn to the students now. It may become clear that studying public history can thus be a challenging and confusing activity. Partly, it takes its inspiration from all too familiar aspects of academic history itself, knowing and doing history, as well as mastering the tools to critically study the uses of history outside academia, with the help of concepts from memory studies, heritage studies, and all those kind of other interdisciplinary studies. You could say, in short, public history is the study of the public history in the classroom. But to become really public historians, the students really have to step outside the box of the safe space of history as a normal science. Public humanities, like public history, museum expert Stephen Lubar once stated, are not about you. And that refers to one of the discussions we had earlier this afternoon. They're not about you. Start not by looking at what you, your discipline, or the university needs and wants, but by what individuals and communities outside the university need and want. Public in practice thus implies listening, sharing, and collaboration. It's not about bringing your expertise and knowledge to others, but to collaborate with partners to design richer interpretations of the past and make these available and relevant to others. To achieve these high-minded aims, thinking out of the academic building and project-related teaching are key to any public history program. Students just need ample opportunities to experience in the real world what Donald Schoen has called reflection in action. They need an action present, a period of time during which we still can make a difference to the situation at hand, where, in other words, the experts involved are not following the rules of a given format or the prescribed steps of a theory, but where, and now I quote him again, our thinking serves to reshape what we are doing while we are doing it. This is why we encourage the students in our master from day one to go onto the streets, to talk with people about the meaning of the past to them, to observe what happens at monuments and other public spaces, to reflect on recent public history practices and products around them, and above all, to be surprised. Projects with institutional partners like the Amsterdam Museum or the City Archive of Amsterdam further help students and ourselves, I have to say, to work a situation, to experience that every project had its own surprises. Public history is always situational and frequently messy. Reflection in action, shared inquiry, and shared authority emerge only out of experimental give and take during the processes. Public history is thus less defined by its products than by its working processes. It is in practice that one begins to understand what public history is all about. Nonetheless, these products do matter. They encourage us to rethink why history matters. In the time left, I want to demonstrate these highbrow assertions with two examples of student work, both organized in close collaboration with the Amsterdam Museum. The first one, people of Amsterdam give their opinions. What is your favorite spot in the city? Was part of the larger museum project, Collecting the City. The assignment was relatively simple. Public history students had to contact Amsterdammers outside of their own social, cultural, and geographical bubble, interview them about their favorite public spot in the city, make a photograph of that spot, and write a short blog for the website of the Amsterdam Museum. At first sight, this assignment focuses on social skills, on interview techniques, and the art of writing for a broad public. And on all these aspects, students were confronted with lots of opportunities to reflect in action and to make some progression, as the evaluation of the project with the student, their reflection on action, as Schoen would have it, revealed. But their blogs are fascinating sources on their own. Superficially, the blogs seem to illustrate how people orientate themselves in the city of Amsterdam, what their places of nostalgia, leisure and rest, identity, and sometimes conflict are. Together, these blogs reveal an alternative city map, not dominated by historical landmarks, traffic junctions, or main roads, but seen through the eyes of its residents and users. And as such, it's a fascinating source. But there is more at stake. By listening to ordinary Amsterdammers and giving them a voice, and a faith through the photograph, these students' blogs show how people transform physical places that may seem ordinary in the eyes of outsiders into meaningful memory spots, closely connected with their lives, their pasts, their dreams, and their fears. They reveal us, in other words, the sense of place of all those people, and how this sense of locatedness and belonging is often interconnected with what you could call a sense of history, described by the historian David Glassberg as a perspective on the past at the core of who we are and the people and places we care about. This sense of place, of history, in a sense, help us to gain a sense of where and when we are and with whom we belong. Many historians will not treat these life stories as history with a capital H. Nevertheless, these encounters remind us, as Glassberg argues, that our own communities can be the sources of historical insights, because we can establish who we are only by writing from a place, from a community, from a location in the world. It would be great to explore these blogs in the future further, and I hope that we can do that in this new research center. My second example allows you to watch instead of listening. It concerns, and it is already mentioned by Tom, the biography of Amsterdam. Short 5-minute films, documentary films on the history of Amsterdam made by the students. In this 4 roller coaster weeks course, the students have to pitch a promising topic within a broader given theme, research and produce this topic, film at location, and edit the material shot. Last Friday, we had the current students, and there are some in here, and I saw some of them, so they know about this all, presented 5 new amazing contributions to an already impressive collection of 100+ films around such themes as World War II, the colonial city, 1969, the 80s, tourism, public transport, student life, festivities, and houses with a story, the theme of this year's edition. The documentary films are part of the collection of the Amsterdam Museum. And I propose that we now watch one of these films made 8 years ago called The Naked Statue, and I hope it will work. Even with...
Waarom hebben we tegen dit beeld? Het is een vernedering voor de hele Afro-Surinaamse gemeenschap. En we willen het niet.
Ik ben bang geweest eigenlijk op dat moment dat ik daar stond. Maar het was een heel verdrietig moment voor mijn tante, voor mijn vader en voor mijn oom. Die daar waren. Ik denk dat was een zo'n mooi triomfmoment. En dat is gewoon finaal in het water gevallen. Ik word er nu verdrietig van, merk ik zelf, emotioneel.
...24 april 2006. De onthulling van het beeld van Anton de Kom, de Surinaamse activist, schrijver en verzetstrijder. De emoties lopen hoog op. De Surinaamse gemeenschap reageert verdeeld op het beeld, gemaakt door de Nederlandse kunstenares Jikke van Loon. Tegenstanders verhullen het beeld met de Surinaamse vlag om zijn naaktheid te verbergen.
Voor mij staat Anton de Kom voor strijdbaarheid en verzet en waardigheid. Alle andere historische gedenken, ja, die zijn volop te zien in Amsterdam.
Anton de Kom blijft in de geschiedenis van Suriname de man die het verzet heeft geleid tegen de kolonialen.
Uit de verhalen die ik van mijn vader heb gehoord over Anton de Kom, komt toch een man tevoorschijn die een strijder was tegen discriminatie, tegen onrecht. Ook een vrolijke man, want hij hield van dansen. Sportieve man, want hij deed aan atletiek. Ook een beetje een ijdele man. Als je dus deze foto ziet, dan zeg ik ook echt van... ik snap ook waarom mijn oma verliefd op hem werd. Ja, dat was een tragisch einde. Hè? Dit is een foto van San Bostel, waar hij uiteindelijk terechtgekomen is, het concentratiekamp. Dat had hij niet allemaal kunnen doen Als hij de oorlog had overleefd.
Wat vindt u er zo vernederend aan? Hoe meneer Anton de Kom, ons volksheld, is afgebeeld. Dat vinden wij een vernedering. Wij pikken het niet langer.
En die ogen zo.
En dat was niet Anton de Kom?
Nee, ogen moet open.
Zo liep die man over straat. Het kwetst veel mensen. Ze hebben hem liever zoals hij was.
Dat paskwel dat men daar heeft neergezet, dat is schandelijk. Stel je voor dat ze Johan van Oldenbarneveld met zo'n grote snikkel zouden hebben vereeuwigd. Of meneer De Uyl.
Dat naakt vind ik persoonlijk dat het de man Anton de Kom toont. Het toont de ballen van Anton de Kom. En dat is wat het moet uitstralen. Maar om te zeggen het was racistisch, daar ken ik mij niet in. Naakt is het wel. Het leek op een lijk. Nee, dat kan je niet zeggen. Een afgehakte hand, nee. En de mismaakte arm, nee, dat vind ik niet.
Sorry, maar zeg zelf, hoe kan je dit doen? Dit is zo beledigend, maar het geeft ook direct ook aan van hoe vastgeroest het beeld dat men heeft van de zwarte man, hoe die is gebeiteld in het onderbewustzijn van de witte mens.
Ik vind het beeld wat gekozen is, vind ik een prachtig beeld. En ik kijk daarnaar van, het is mijn grootvader niet. Ik denk, daar staat dus een man uit het goede hout gesneden. En dat verbeeldt mijn grootvader. Prachtig.
Anton de Kom is toch niet opgericht. Hij was een mens van vlees en bloed. Met alles erop en eraan. Ik denk dat hij beledigd zou zijn en woest zou zijn. Ik denk ook dat de beste man zich in zijn graf omwentelt.
Wie ben ik om te zeggen, als een dochter zijn zoon en zijn kleinkinderen zeggen, prachtig, dat is papa, zo dat is opa. Wie ben ik om dat dan af te keuren?
Ik denk dat Anton de Kom een discussie over slavernijverleden wel erg mooi gevonden zou hebben. Ik denk dat de Nederlander gemiddeld niks weet van het slavernijverleden van Nederland. En dat mag best wel op de kaart gezet worden. Dus.
Misschien is dit dan in ieder geval een eye-opener geweest die in ieder geval heeft geleid tot een ander besef van de grandeur en het gewicht van Anton de Kom voor de Republiek Suriname.
Voor de Surinamers van links of rechts is en blijft Anton de Kom een held.
Good. Again, on the surface, the aims of the project are pretty straightforward. They concentrate on strengthening the research skills of the students, on the challenges of teamwork, on the art of storytelling, and on getting acquainted with the ins and outs of another medium than written text. And in that last one, we followed the outcry of historian Robert Rosenstone that in order to stay relevant to a larger audience, historians must be willing to free themselves from their traditional orientation on text. They need, he wrote, to paint, write, film, dance, hip-hop and rap the past in a way that makes the tragedies and joys of the human voyage meaningful to the contemporary world. The learning curve during this project is amazing, as you could see. Moreover, by envisioning these worlds through the eyes of their main characters, students become aware of the sensibilities of the persons they work with and the presence of the past these persons experience. Consequently, the students are stimulated to reflect on their own assumptions and backgrounds and to relate themselves to the ethics of telling someone else's story. Over the last 18 years, the biography of Amsterdam has developed into a rich chronicle of Amsterdam, a chronicle that encompasses a wide variety of voices and perspectives. A collection, moreover, that not only functions as a reservoir for historical time travel and historical information, but one that regularly comments on the actuality. 2 weeks ago, Jikke van Loon, the sculptor of the statue of Anton van der Kom, published an open letter in Het Parool. Therein she reflects on her own artistic decisions 20 years ago and muses about a new statue. Form comes, form goes, she writes. The spirit lives on. What would it be if room was made for a new generation of creators for a new statue? I'm curious about the interpretation of the hero Anton de Kom. Oh, wacht. Sorry. I have also learned, she told the paper in an interview the day afterwards, I understand now better than before that my research into vulnerability is also a privilege. I would probably create a different statue of the Kom today. It is an unexpected twist in a discussion that is far from over. The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there, is a very famous phrase by the British novelist L.P. Hartley. Properly implemented, public history in action acts to counter this often quoted assertion, a public historian once stated. But does it really? There is, of course, also that other very well-known quote, this time by an American writer, William Faulkner. The past is never dead. It's not even the past. It seems to me, to conclude, one of the tasks of public history in practice to balance these two growths. Public history can indeed help to make that foreign country relevant to the publics in the present. But at the same time, it should acknowledge the power and the silences of the past and collaborate with people to cope with that and to rethink its importance and burden over and over again. It is my conviction that students should play an essential role in these fascinating processes, and I hope that this center will help to enforce that. I thank you very much.
I believe we have time for 1 or 2 questions, so if there are any, please raise your hand and I'll bring you the microphone. I cannot believe that there is no questions.
We all want to go to the last part of it, I guess.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I see one. Yeah, I was right.
This is just a very practical question, actually. When it comes to having your students go out to communities that they are not a part of, what do you do to prepare them to enter into those communities ethically, and so as that kind of dynamic can be positive?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Very good question, and indeed very important. One of the things to do it is to talk, of course, more in theory about the problems and the ethics which are concerned to this all. But I think more important even is to work together with people outside the university and inside the community who knows about it. And that's why it's so important also to work with institutions like the Amsterdam Museum or the city archives, because they have this kind of connections and can prepare students and help students to think about this all and rethink it all. And on the other, yeah, so that's one of the part to do it. And on the other, it is also because you try to, indeed, you try to organize everything and make students aware of all kind of things. But as we all know, it's also something we have to do in practice. It has also to do with your social skills, with making mistakes sometimes, and with being clear with the people you work with what you are doing and what your aims are. So be always honest about your aims, about what you are doing, what you think is important. I hope that answers your question.
I see another question.
So one of the journals that you had at the beginning had a picture of Hamilton, and I'm wondering if you could wave a magic wand, how would you facilitate connections between, say, academic historians and institutions and artists, storytellers, writers? How do we make that happen in public history?
Well, that's an ambitious kind of. Well, what I think is it's getting people out of their comfort zones. It's students can tell more about it, I guess. But one of the things is being conscious that there are all kinds of ways in which you can relate to history, can work with the past, rework the past, present the past, imagine the past. And one of the most important things is to make students conscious that doing academic history is an important part of it, but it's only one aspect of dealing with the past. And it's what I said, going onto the streets, go to exhibitions, go to art shows, go to theater, and be surprised and ask yourself, not like a kind of academic police force, is this right, and is this how we should deal with the past, or what can we learn from what's happening there? What can we learn about the way the history is presented, the way people deal with history, and be critical, because there is a lot of things going on, of course, in popular culture. But on the other side, it also helps us, this kind of unconventional ways of dealing with history, to reflect on our own practices and on our own theories and on our own way of doing history. So I hope that that's a bit a kind of a going on process. And of course, the field is so broad that during 1 year you cannot do all these aspects of public history, but at least you can make people a little bit more conscious of it and make more open-minded to it.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay.
When Jeroen Lutters earlier was talking about lying artists, I thought, well, we have a research intervention that will be just addressing that, because now Martijn Janssens, who I welcome to the stage, will talk about one of those lying artists.
Oh, wait. Yes, thank you. For my thesis, I've studied this painting, the documents relating to the treasury, and it was painted in 1665 by Amsterdam painter Cornelis Brizet. It was meant as a decoration for the treasury in the newly built Amsterdam Town Hall. And the problem is we don't know really much now about Cornelis Brizet as a painter. And this is his most famous work, but our understanding of the painting doesn't really help with this. We see lots of documents on the painting, and these are very similar to the documents that were present in the real treasury, and therefore they have interpreted the painting as a representation of the economic value of the city. I think it's a bit superficial, because it doesn't really say anything about the specific elements that the painter has added to the painting, and therefore in my thesis I've tried to re-examine those different elements to get a better understanding of why the painter might have included them and what it says about him as a painter. I don't have the time to go into everything I've discussed in my thesis, so I will focus on one specific element, and that is the two drawings at the bottom of the painting. They have not really been studied before, but I believe that they can be seen as a representation of the role of both the painter and the patron in the overall decoration of the arts in Amsterdam, and specifically the town hall, and this was closely linked to the flourishing of these arts. One of the paintings is an imitation after the work of another master, and that's the painting on the left in red. It's an imitation of Titian's Sacred and Profane Love from 1515. And to understand why an Amsterdam painter for an Amsterdam building included an Italian work that was made a century before, we need to understand that Amsterdam, as a new republic with successful trade and flourishing arts, saw itself as a direct successor to both Rome and Venice. Titian was a Venetian painter, and before he made this work at the top, he also contributed to the decorations of the Doge Palace, and the Doge Palace was the seat of power of the capital of the Venetian Republic, Venice, and was therefore very similar to what the town hall was for Amsterdam. In this context, I think that the inclusion of this painting, of this drawing, in the painting in this drawing, can be understood as a fact, an emphasis on the fact that Amsterdam, as a successful new republic, deserve the same kind of decorations as its predecessors, but it's also in relation to the other drawing. Oh, this is not a really better picture, but I'll go back to this one. Because we see a history painting over here, and he has included some classical elements in it. We see some columns, some statues, and also a soldier in Roman gear. I've not been able to identify the source of inspiration for this drawing, and I also don't know which scene it is exactly. It could be multiple scenes, but I did notice that it's very similar to multiple of the history paintings that were made by Amsterdam painters during Brisé's time. These paintings were often made to represent certain values of their commissioners, and this is also why many of these drawings have been made for the decoration of the town hall. And I don't really see a match to any of the exact works in the town hall, but I still think that the painter has included this to emphasize the role, the contributions of these different painters to the overall decoration of the town hall. And together, the painter has, on the one hand, given attention to the role of the painter in his painting, because on the left we see his source of inspiration in the form of an Italian work, and on the right we see his own creation in which he tries to surpass it by including the classical elements but in his own way, which really emphasizes the flourishing of the Dutch arts at that time. On the other hand, he's also given attention to the role of the commissioner, the city official. They gave the painter the task to paint this painting, and they also financed it. And of course, he's already shown this by including it in the painting that was made for the financial office. But he's also visually emphasized it by including the drawings directly next to 2 bags of money. And this way of looking at the painting and focusing not on the overall, but on the specific elements, helps us to get a better understanding of the representation in the painting as layered and as having multiple ways to look at it. But it also shows us that Brisé as a painter was not just a craftsman, but he was a very conscious artist who used his own work to show both his knowledge of the history of art and also his skill in painting. And it helps us to get a very much better understanding of Brisé as a painting.
Thank you, Martijn, for this very quick look into your master's thesis, which is much broader because I read it. It's fantastic. So, we are going to talk about the new museum now, and I would like to welcome 2 colleagues on stage, but not without my reading glasses because these letters are small. Imara Limon is chief curator of the Amsterdam Museum. She has worked at the museum since 2017 and responsible for exhibitions such as the free editions of Refresh Amsterdam, Manhattanung or New Amsterdam, the indigenous story behind New York, and the groundbreaking program New Narratives. Roberto Luis Martins is curator of fashion and popular culture at the Amsterdam Museum. He made several great exhibitions at the museum, but his most recent project, the exhibition Am I Masculine, opened last week in the Noord-Brabants Museum in Den Bosch, and you have until 14 June to visit it. They are here to tell you about the development of the new museum in our old building between the Kalverstraat and Nieuwezijds Voorburgwal, and how that also leads to more research questions. Imara and Roberto, please come up stage.
Hello, here we are. I'll just do a very brief introduction to Roberto's presentation on what this new museum might look like, our thoughts until now, and also the fact that we don't want to do this alone, right? We are learning more and more about what it means and what it can mean in the future to be a city museum. And we don't just want to repeat what we've already done, we want to innovate. And to innovate, you need to take time to reflect, to learn, and also to fail, as Leontine also pointed at, failing. And over the past years, we've done many programs, many exhibitions in our semi-permanent location in the Hart Museum, former Hermitage building, where we were so busy with creating one exhibition after another, public programs, and we were also very proud of the programs that we were doing outside the walls of the museum. And we've learned maybe even more from that because it was new, a little bit new, trying to figure out which people do we want to collaborate with outside the walls of the museum, how do we go to the people outside the museum? Do they want to come to the museum? So it was everything at the same time. And I'm very glad we have some thinking time and experimenting time over the next years to program overall, well, everywhere in the city, and also outside of Amsterdam, because Amsterdam is not a place, Amsterdam is a concept, and it's a concept that we continue to deconstruct, rethink new narratives around Amsterdam and around our collections as well. So I'm very proud that the research center is at the core of this, and that my colleagues all came together to say that the ways of thinking that we have are so diverse. Can we not bring them together, exchange, and do this in an interdisciplinary way? So to me, as an interdisciplinary researcher, I was formerly affiliated with the Amsterdam School for Cultural Analysis, as an art historian as well, objects and interdisciplinarity are what speak to me. And I strongly believe that in this programming in the city that we will have to be a little bit courageous. We cannot create exhibitions again and again. We have to find new formats, and we have to learn about the people that might be interested or should be interested in the city and its histories and its collections. So I'm happy that we do this also research-driven, and that we do this out in the open, because we need all of you. We need everyone in Amsterdam, everyone who knows about Amsterdam, who hates Amsterdam perhaps as well, to redefine what we can be and to stay innovative in that sense. So to be a bit more concrete, I'm so happy also that we can share a little bit of our thoughts on the museum until now. So Roberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. How's everybody doing? A long day, but so inspiring with so many perspectives and new ways of thinking. And yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the future, as Imara already paved the way. I'm going to check how, check. I'm going to talk about the plans we have for the new museum. So this is very exclusive information. This is the first time we actually shared it externally. So it's very, very special also for us to share this with you guys. Because it's about the renovations of the Burgerweeshuis, the civic orphanage. Who has never been there? Which is okay. Oh yeah, okay, nice. For those who have been there, it's going to look a little bit different than not only architecturally, but also conceptually, because we are adding more rooms for different with different functions. So it's not only a permanent exhibition where we show the collection and history of Amsterdam, but a lot of rooms and spaces that require activations through communities, through artists, collectives, such as, these are our working titles, but project spaces and educational spaces for children, where we together activate spaces, also spaces with a kitchen, so that we can also eat together while making stories and objects. So we're really trying to explore new ways of using the museum space to engage with crowds within, but also outside of Amsterdam. But today, since I have limited time, I'm going to talk about the permanent exhibition that we're building. And it's interesting that Paul Kevel Annette just talked about the senses, and to make sense of history, you also need sense of place. So I thought we didn't discuss this, so I actually thought, oh, nice bridge to this, what I'm going to talk a little bit about. Because before I go into the three senses that are behind me, it's good to mention that the permanent exhibition that we will open is quite linear. Has a lot of rooms, big, smaller rooms. So we were challenging ourselves to think of how can we create an exhibition that visitors are not extremely tired when they're in room 14. So what can we do to challenge also different ways of how we look at the objects, how we want to introduce the collection, but also introduce the themes. So we cut parts within that permanent exhibition into three parts. Sense of place, sense of time, and sense of objects, which every sense representing a particular design, particular activation, that while you go from one of these teams to the other, that it requires something else from you as a visitor. In sense of place, which is the first collection of rooms in this permanent exhibition, you will first get to know the museum. We wanted to start off by introducing ourselves, because we kind of assume that visitors know what a museum is, or that visitors know what the Amsterdam Museum is, especially in a city where there are about 100 museums. What does the Amsterdam Museum mean? Where do we stand for? Where do we strive for? What is our mission? And also, how can we inspire for visitors to look at what you're going to see next? So how do we look at objects and stories? So it's as if we're opening the door and saying, now, welcome, welcome to the museum in a theoretically way also. And not only that, but also understanding the location. To start with the sense of place, and what kind of building is the Oude Burgerweeshuis, the former civic orphanage. I have to practice that more. What building was it? It's one of the oldest buildings we have in Amsterdam. What does it represent? How did it change? In what location are you? Because it's quite a special location, aside that it's our museum. So to understand the soil of where you're going to walk on. And then we had to the sense of time, which is also a collection of rooms wherein we guide visitors through the histories of Amsterdam. It's chronologically ordered. We start in the Middle Ages, 751 years ago, or a bit before maybe, up until now. But naturally, as we always do, with transhistorical lines. So not only show this is how it was back then, but always include artists, makers, stories that are linked to that period. So chronologically as a point of departure, but with transhistorical accents. And then we also thought about, okay, but then how are we going to tell this story? And we at the Amsterdam Museum, we get a lot of energy from personal stories. How we look at objects is also by the relation it had to its former owner or maker, or what it represents for a person. And we are very, I would say, we enjoy the personalization as a concept. And I think that that inspired us to think about, okay, so what if we tell the stories through characters, through people who have lived in these past centuries as a point of departure, instead of telling a story about this was the 17th century, taka, 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 taka. For example, this was Francisca, who lived in the mid-17th century in Amsterdam, had quite an important role in the Black or Afro-Amsterdam community in the 17th century. She was sorry, it's in Dutch, but I will translate it. She was a free Black woman who was the maid of Louis Gomes, who was a Sephardic Jew living in Waterloopplein in Amsterdam. And through her, we can tell a web of different stories. Stories about the Black community here in Amsterdam in the 17th century, but also, since she was free, what does free mean in relation to not free, in relation to slavery, in relation to laws? What did it mean to be a maid as a concept? in that time and maybe also years later. How did Waterlooplein look like in that period? What streets did she walk to? Who was the neighbor? What was the ecosystem of that time? So through her understanding more of the period through a personal perspective. But then not only true, we're also challenging ourselves, and this is also the part that I would love for you to think with us. I mean, in general, I would love that you think the whole presentation, but maybe this specifically because we've been thinking about this a lot lately, how by selecting these personas, how do we not only tell stories about humans, but also the relations to other animal beings here in Amsterdam? What other, how can we talk about maybe rats or duiven, pigeons? Or, for example, trees, important trees that we have here in Amsterdam that for some reason we have such a close connection to. So what role can non-human elements or beings play in this sense of time? And then we go, sense of time. And then in the last sense, or the last part of the exhibition, here we focus on the collection, the objects. These, I have to say, these senses are still working title. There's probably a better, but for now we say sense of the objects, but it's to highlight that we want to focus on the object of the collection. For example, a presentation of different pieces that we have, so such as a big fashion. We have quite a big fashion collection. How can we show that collection in a way that is also possible within a larger time frame, because normally textiles you have to limit it to only half year. So we want to explore ways to show all types of collections within the sense of objects, but not only to present the object as in, no, this is the dress, but within a multi-sensory way. So how can we engage with it through tactility, through senses, through sounds? How can, it's also good that we use the senses because it also activates us to think of the multiple senses that we have to engage with these objects. And then in the last years, we have invested so much in highlighting objects through different perspectives, such as through the new narratives tours, with the female gaze tours, queer gaze tours, but also within the AM journal with polyphonic objects, wherein we invite different expertises to relate to an object. So in the past years, we've been collecting all these stories so that when we present them in the sense of object, that you can choose what story you want to read instead of general museum text, but like, okay, now I want to read the text of the curator, but maybe now of the zoologist. I just made that up. Zoologist, or the restorator, or maybe a 13-year-old person in New West. Like that you have different perspectives that you can read and engage with that we have collected and are continuing to collecting. And this is an image also that we have used in, is a point of departure of this space of sense of object. How am I on time, Lola? 10 minutes. Oh, I thought I had 10 minutes. Which means that we have a little bit time to go into the depth of these questions. That's nice. Maybe we can start with the first question, and then maybe someone can, who feels inspired to relate. So the first question is, who to choose, people with impact or the smaller stories? Can animals play or plants play a part in one of these stories? Timing. Who dares to give some ideas?
You must have ideas about it. Somewhat, yeah.
Or opinions, yeah. Lola.
Lola has an opinion.
I'm cheating a bit because I'm on the team, but I do have a question which is a bit different than the question that is on the screen, but you were also talking about how in some ways the new museum will make space for sounds instead of only showing pictures, and that made me really think when we are looking at personal stories, would that, for example, also open up space for people who, for example, don't have eyesight? And therefore, how would the museum incorporate those who maybe are disabled and can also experience the museum?
Yeah.
So I'm just asking a whole different question, but I am wondering whether we've already thought about those things.
Yeah. We are still at the very start of this research process when it comes to this display. This is, as I said, really fresh from the pairs, fresh off the runway. Naturally, we're going to do research on how can we create experiences that are inclusive. So if you have a limitation in hearing, or if you have a limitation in sight, what other senses can we implement to for you to also have a similar experience? But that's something that we really love to dive into the depth of it, because it's for us also quite new to really engage in that. So that's something exciting. So I don't have really an answer of how, but as inclusive as possible.
Oh, multiple questions now. I knew it.
Hi, thank you so much for introducing us to this. So I have a little answer for the first thing, I guess. I'm not an Amsterdammer at all. I'm not Dutch, actually. So my answer to the first question, I guess, is a bit out of context, maybe. But so everything, I keep thinking, right, that all this kind of movement to something different is also, I'm sure from what I heard, also a critical process about the past. And going back to the very start of the of this day, about like what you said about plants and the inclusion of like of non-human kind of elements and the power dynamics that go with this, I guess is also a form of critical thinking of how to rethink structures and hierarchies that were existing in Amsterdam and now want to be kind of maybe set from a different side, from a different perspective. So I think definitely plants and animals, as you mentioned, can be a part of this, but also many, many other actors that do take part in the collection of the museum, just maybe from a less seen side of it.
Do you maybe have an example of something that you would love to see?
Not really. Things that it's a massive umbrella, right? It's massive, but okay, I mean, my brain definitely goes to colonization and the side of that, but sort of racial imbalances, for example. But that's already touched on, as you said a bit. I just guess I'm thinking more in depth of parts of these stories that we, I guess, subconsciously don't even think of today. Mm-hmm. But it's a complex thought. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm wondering how you define impact versus smaller stories. I mean, there are times where just existing, like you guys have a painting of Sarah de Swart. She was a minor Tachtiger artist, minor Tachtiger patron, but she existed as a queer woman in a society, and she existed unashamedly. She just dated women and didn't say anything about it. Mm-hmm. So if you look at, she might be a smaller story. She certainly wasn't as artistically or financially as important as other people in Tachtiger circle, but I would argue her impact is much more long-lasting than, Albert Vervey or someone else who was maybe more popular at the time. So I'm curious how when you're asking that question, people with impact versus smaller story, what's impact and what's smaller?
Yeah, that's, I think, maybe also in terms of formulation, it needs an adjustment. But I think what we're trying to ask here with this question is, I mean, we're definitely not the first to do an exhibition through perspectives of personal stories. Think about, for example, the slavery exhibition in the Rijksmuseum, which was also designed through the personal stories. And what happens is that sometimes it's about someone who was at the forefront of a fight, or who was a political figure, who was a very visible figure at that time, and that we still understand as yeah, it was this and this burgemeester or mayor who was responsible for this. But I think what we were trying to understand is like, how is it important, or should it be a mix? Should it be recognizable people, or should it maybe be the assistant of the mayor instead of the mayor? And that's what we mean with people are, I mean, impact. Everyone makes, obviously, impact in their own way. And one is more visible than the other. I think here it's about understanding or choosing what kind of characters you want to go, and how do you look at that? Yeah. If that makes sense.
We might have time for one small question. I will go down this road. I saw 3 fingers, but I'm going here and here.
I was just thinking that co-creation has been the operative word. So why don't you ask the Amsterdam people what animals come to mind? Because when you asked me, I'm going like, alle duiven op de dam. I'm start thinking like that. And the movie with the cat who travels through Amsterdam, and like lots of animals come to mind. And just, ask them, because I think you'll be surprised how many stories pop up.
That's a good one. And that's definitely, I think, a question that we're going to ask when we're in groups, especially talking about this exhibition, but also in dialogue with different, within our work, because I think we have to start with a very long list of inputs that we've gathered from you, but maybe also from all the projects that we're working on.
For example, a mobile research tool to actually ask the people of Amsterdam and the surrounding areas not only how would you define a city museum of the future, but also these kind of more specific questions.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's more of a remark. Great, wonderful. I used to be curator in the Amsterdam Museum, so I'd also like to urge to look a little bit back into the history of the museum. In 1995, we did an exhibition on the last year of the war, which was entirely made up of personal stories. I think it was one of the first doing that, so we do have a huge history of doing it. And we also made an exhibition. I made an exhibition on animals, like animals in the city, about 20 years ago. Then we looked at animals in their relation to people. So some were like pests, some were animals that worked for us people. Some moved from one category to another, like the green parakeets, who started as captive animals and became free animals. I really think it would be really interesting to look at not just how we see the animals, but how the animals see us. When you start working on this, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Nice. Is there one animal you remember from that exhibition that you were like, oh, don't forget the...
Well, I never think differently. I worked a lot with the city ecologists, and one of them told me for the pigeons, the palace on Dam Square, it's not a palace, obviously, it's like one big rock. So whenever I pass the palace, I also try to get this pigeon perspective.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Annemarie.
I guess that I saw Imara. Do you still want to say something? And Imara is the last one, sorry.
Thanks. Yes, we just wanted to not disturb your creative thoughts, but also, of course, you want to know what is the process, when are we reopening, how is it going. We've been working, of course, on the building, and the presentations itself will be a whole story at once. So I've been working with Neuteling Schiedijk architects, and of course, Annette's also here, so she can also answer your questions, or not answer your questions. But I will then refer to our general director, Judeke Kiers, who is happy also to answer questions about the process that we're now in. But for today, it's very much about the research and about the thinking and about an invitation to think with us in the process of the next years. So, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for Roberto. I want an applause for him as well. Emma, come. We had so much fun, but everything comes to an end. This is the end of our very first AMResearch Conference, but calling it a first promises that there will be a second, etc. So we can hold on to that. Remaining questions, ideas, collaboration plans, all things like that, questions about everything you have heard. We have drinks in a minute where you can do the first round of that. And otherwise, email us at amresearch@amsterdammuseum.nl or anywhere else you can find us, ring us, I don't know, send a pigeon.
Can I briefly?
Do you want?
Yeah, I want to briefly thank you not only for your questions, but also for your attention. And it's a long day. It's a day filled with all kinds of knowledge, questions, discussions, and so on. And I can just say, as the editor-in-chief of AM Journal and the coordinator of research and publications at the Amsterdam Museum, I'm very proud not only that we got to get a deep dive into two of our editions to really show why multidisciplinary research is so incredibly important, and I'm incredibly proud of the research center that we're starting, and hope for any future collaborations that we may do or continue or broaden with some of you.
And then one last thing, and then you can go to your room. But it's very important nonetheless, because we are talking about young people, and we could have not made this without our wonderful interns. For Meriam Bazoglu and Emma de Boer, this was their first week. Yeah. So they had an amazing first week. I want to thank Lisa Fontijn, I want to thank Lola Abbas, and Rosanne van Ballegooien. Bessa, sorry, wrong Lola, I thank you as well, but Lola Bessa and Rosanne van Ballegooien, who has to stand up at the back because she hates praise, and I'm going to tease her with this. Rosanne, thank you very much as well. So
let's have some drinks and discuss all of this further. Thank you so much again.